Right, here I am. I was trying to tell
There you
everybody
are.
shut up, but they couldn't hear me. I still can't hear me. Right, here I am. Oh, wait a minute. I can hear feedback. Where's that coming from?
Well, that was me, but I've now muted it.
Oh, okay.
And it wasn't me because it was going in my headphones, but I have muted it too.
Oh, okay, I can see the regulars out there. There's Fred. Less than an hour before to begin. Yeah, why am I so late sometimes? I don't know. It's not as if anyone's talking or anything and I get distracted or anything like that. That could
No,
be.
because we all just sit here in complete silence, don't we?
Yes, you do.
Yeah. Yeah, when you're shouting at us because you're on mute.
Yeah, that's it. No, no name. You at work? What's today? Saturday morning. Do you work
Yes.
Saturday mornings? No, no. I don't know how his shifts work. Hey, Demon Orb. Uh, who else turned up? Dora and
Yeah,
Miro.
Mids.
I think Miro was first.
Yes.
Yeah, Miro was first. Didn't
Yep.
put first though, but he was first. You get a lollipop, Miro. Those were the best 4 minutes ever. Druss. Yeah, Druss is here.
I can't do Jurassic, sorry.
Hey, Fire.
It wouldn't be a live stream if somebody didn't go, oh, it's Druss. Oh, no, hang on a minute, it's Farmers.
They get confused. Well, I suppose you could see by the thumbnail what topics tonight we're going to... Topic, sorry, not plural. That we're going to look into. I've seen that face before, Paul.
Yeah, I've got to change it.
Okay.
I've been a bit slack lately. Well, I haven't been slack. I've been slack regarding this screen.
Oh, okay. Well, you know I can dock your pay if you keep this up.
Yeah.
You're going to get a half pay this week.
Pay.
Half.
Oh, that's great.
Wait,
Jeez,
what,
I
we
wonder
get
what
paid?
I'll spend that diminished nothing on.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, because Mabbit keeps telling us that we're paid shills.
Yeah.
We're all being paid for this. So, and I'm like, are we? Where's mine? Where's my pay?
Yeah, well, you get a percentage cut out of what I get,
Okay.
and I share it around.
What?
So don't complain.
What? 2/3 of bugger off.
Don't complain.
Okay. No. Stop. No. Not complaining
Paul,
at all.
I see you got 4 guitars there. How do you play them all at the same time?
I don't play them all at the same time.
That's fair.
I've changed rooms because I'm emptying out the back office so I can renovate it.
Oh.
So this will be the only unrenovated room in the house.
And I see where you're. Are you to the left of us or the right of us? I can't tell if you're back to front or not.
What do you mean?
Well, sometimes the image gets flipped on our end, and we don't know if you're left.
No,
okay.
It gets flipped on your end, Terry. We all see everything else. We see everybody else's the right way round, but we see ours.
Oh, okay. So the piano, the keyboard, there's to your left hand, right?
Yes, it is on my left. Yeah. That is my left.
Mm-hmm.
And the piano behind me is the one I'm restoring, working on at the moment. But I've got 2 others that I'm restoring. There's one over there that needs a bit of restoration work done, and there's one out the front window which you can't see, obviously, because the front window's got.
I was just going to say we can't see that one.
Yeah, you can't see that one. Yeah.
I learned on one of those rectangle boxy ones with the lid that flipped up.
Rectangle boxy ones.
Yeah, they're like, what's it? Upright. Is it the upright?
An old upright piano.
Yeah. All of mine are uprights.
Yeah.
So I don't have a grand. I can't afford that yet.
Or you can fit it, or you can't afford it.
I can't afford it, nor can I fit it. I'd have to sacrifice an entire room to put that in.
Or more renovating.
Yeah.
Just cut that wall out with a chainsaw. You'll be right.
Yeah.
Don't worry about the wires and the plumbing or anything. Any news on the flat Earth front this week or this last couple of days? I haven't really heard anything lately. Nothing's new, that's for sure. Same old crap from same old people.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
What was that
Although
one?
I did catch the debate with FTFE and Santos.
Oh,
What a pile of shit that was.
oh my God, that was painful. That took me several
Oh.
goes to get through that. Bloody hell.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I tend not to watch FTFE anymore, but
Is that the one we didn't watch?
I've heard people that were Patreons of Santos have actually unsubscribed and withdrawn their Patreonship because of that video.
Did that come out since last Saturday? Last Wednesday?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, okay. I might have to do a little bit of that tonight because I don't think I saw that one.
That was really very painful, and Santos's stream on his video got taken down.
oh yeah,
He then did another sort of half-hour hangout about it. That got taken down. So, you know.
Did it get taken down, or did he take it down?
No, I'm fairly certain it got took down.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't be surprised.
yeah. Paul, I thought about getting my bottle out, but it's a bit early in the day for me.
No, I thought I'd get a warm up, get a head start.
Yeah, it's only 12 here. It's a little early to hit the booze, just yeah.
Oh, if it was a hot summer's day, it wouldn't be too bad.
That's more beer. It's more beer o'clock at the moment here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Beer o'clock.
The thing I was listening to on, I don't know who it was, I think it was on Brandon's. They were talking about film, like normal cellulose film, and how it was, if I can remember how it went, something to do with the technology of the film to be developed could be different or should be different today because of modern technology compared to how it was originally developed or something. And I was listening to the story and crapping on about it, and I thought, hey, how could it be different to develop cellulose film different to how it was originally, or how it was something like that anyway.
Film is film. Why would it now be take a different process to process it now than it did then? It's all pretty much the same bloody stuff as it has been for years.
There are different processes for different types of film.
Well, yes, but it still follows the same fairly sort of standard way of doing it, doesn't it?
Yeah. Well, there used to be a couple of ways of doing color transparency film, but everybody's pretty much now seems to have settled on the E6 process. And it's the same with color print film. There were various different types of color print film process, but now everybody certainly seems to have standardized on the C41 process.
What's the first process that they do to film, like in the old, like I'm only used to old 110 film cameras where you had the little plastic cartridge that went in it. When you dropped it off at the photo developer place, what would be the first thing they did to it before they processed it or whatever?
They would
well, they'd have to open it, obviously.
They would they would take it into the dark room and open it up, and well, in fact, they've probably got an automatic machine that they can stick it in that pops it open, pulls out the film using the leader, and sucks it directly into the processing machine, because they're pretty much fully automated.
And then it gets developed like
they certainly are these days.
And then it gets developed like the original, if you were doing it by hand.
Well, doing it by hand is somewhat different to doing it commercially. I mean, if you can do it by hand, the most usual way to do it is in a developing tank using a thing called a spiral. So basically, you have a spiral system that you wind the film into, so that it's held vertically. So the film's held vertically in the tank, in circles, spiraled up, but so it's not touching itself. So there's gaps around it, so that the liquid developer, when you pour it into the top of the tank, fills it up, and then you basically just keep agitating the tank every so often through the development cycle. Then you empty out. The tank's got a special trap in the top that allows you to pour the liquid in and pour the liquid out without letting any light in. So you pour the developer out, you pour some water in, wash it, you then put a stop bath in that stops the development process, another wash, and then you put the fixer in, which fixes the actual silver image that you get left. You pour that out after the correct length of time, and then you wash it for a bit, and then you take it out and wash it some more, because it's really important to wash all the chemicals out of it.
I know I can't remember exactly where the conversation was going or where it came from when they were talking, but the other thing I'm thinking of is it may have come from the film, from the you-know-who, from you-know-what type era, and if you have the negatives, how they would develop to get uploaded onto the internet for today's standards, where people are finding the images of certain things that happened years ago that were taken by that certain camera.
Yeah.
How was those images put onto the computer? Were they taken from the negative and then digitized? And how would they have been digitized to get uploaded onto the computer in today's standards?
I believe NASA mostly used flatbed scanners to scan the negatives.
Brainery had a guess before the clue was put out. If only Catherine Beckinsale was a scientist.
Oh, can we just have a moment to appreciate Kate Beckinsale?
Yeah.
I follow her on Instagram. You would not believe it.
So you're saying, Alan, that that's the today's standards of a flatbed scanner. But what about in the day of when they brought them back? When they brought them back from where? And
they didn't digitally scan them as such. The best they could have done, they would have printed them, and then the prints would have gone through it's essentially a digitization, because they would have then sent them out on the news wire system.
Mm-hmm.
But it's mostly all analog. They would basically have to send out analog copies for the people who are going to print them.
Yeah, I don't know where their argument was involved in all of that, but somewhere between that point A and point B of that conversation, wherever it started from the film to the developing of it, they had some sort of questions about it or disagreement.
all of those images, yeah, when they start analyzing the images in digital forensic thing to say, oh look, it's been, well, that's a complete and utter red herring, because all the images are on film, and you can literally go to NASA and you can get it and you can make your own damn copy of it, pretty much. Of the original negatives. At least you can see the original. You can view certainly go and view the original negatives, so you can see that is what they took. Now, I will admit there are techniques that would have allowed them to fake them in an analog means, but you would never detect that on any sort of digital image forensics type thing, because it is literally just a scan of the image at whatever resolution and quality you happen to have.
Remember,
really, Alan, if they're going to be honest, almost every image the flat earthers consume today is photoshopped because it has to be.
I remember we used to have it. I remember we had
through something to turn it into an
image.
Yeah.
No magazine or newspaper uses any image that hasn't been modified in some way.
I remember we had a conversation about JPEG compression or something to do with digital imagery that they get off the internet, and they always show the artifacts in the image when they try to analyze them.
Yes. Oh, that's what Muppet's been doing recently, hasn't it? Every time somebody posts a photo, he analyzes it and goes, "Oh, look, fake." Yeah, that's the effects of JPEG compression.
Yeah.
It's a JPEG image, you idiot.
Yeah.
Yeah. What I mean, people don't understand. Even if you have even if you apply zero compression to the image, you will have artifacts. If you take an image that hasn't been through the JPEG process and turn it into a JPEG file, there are artifacts that you can detect even if there is no compression, simply because JPEG doesn't use RGB color triplets. It uses brightness and 2 channels of chromiums. So there are quantization errors changing between the two colors, between the two color spaces.
And this effect is you can have this effect whether it be from a film or from your digital camera uploaded onto the computer. The
minute you apply JPEG processing to an image, you change the data in the image slightly,
right,
from what you started with.
Don't matter where it came from.
Doesn't matter what the source is. You can have a source that's uncompressed, so the raw data that comes out of a camera, or the data that's literally scanned through a flatbed scanner, and that data is uncompressed. The minute you turn it into a JPEG, you can then go and look at this image, and you will see that there are some very slight differences in some values in the RGB channels when you open it back up again, because you've converted from RGB to the color format in a JPEG file, the brightness and chromiums, and then you've changed it back to RGB. And these are very, very small errors. I mean, in one, and it's more noticeable in the darker colors very often, because but what you might have is a one value in one channel in a pixel might change from 2 to 3, or from 250 to 251. It's not a lot of change, but it is change. And this happens every time you save to JPEG. And when you compress it more, when you add the compression, you then get more artifacts because you're doing stuff to it that's designed to actually reduce the amount of data there, and it does it in a lossy manner, so you do lose information.
Everyone's totally ignoring Big Blue when he popped in. No one said good day.
Oh. Good day, Blue.
Hey, Blue.
Good day, mate.
You snuck in the back door, went to the kitchen, made yourself your own cuppa and made yourself comfortable, and no one even realised that you came.
Yeah, I'm just lurking.
Just call him Lurkio.
I remember playing with some old negatives that my parents had. There was no photos for them. There was just the negatives. And I think it was not this scanner I've got now. It was the one I had before. This was back when I first was playing around with the computers in '98, 2000 era. And I scanned the negatives. I had some demo discs that I used to get off a magazine called PC User or something, and it had some demo programs that used to come in each issue, and one of them was to do with image stuff. Well, I can't remember the name of the program. And it was a demo program. I installed it, said what to do. So I scanned the image, put it through to the computer, and I actually printed it out, the image onto, I didn't have photo paper that day, but I printed it out on just a bit of normal paper. And it was just like a photo that if I took it to the photo developer's place, the image, you wouldn't, I couldn't tell the difference. Except it was on normal paper, but I thought, oh, that was clever. Maybe I can develop my own, print my own photos.
Yeah, doing scans from negatives, usually you need a scanner that's designed for it, because the best way, the usual way to scan negatives is you need the light source behind the negative as the scanner goes over, rather than the light source next to on the scanner head.
Oh, because the light source is going through the negative and not coming from the other side. Yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah.
So usually what you get is you get the cover and it's got usually got a couple of fluorescent lamps in it, so that it can backlight the the bed area, so that you can then put stuff through that the light needs to go through. And of course, then they don't put the light on that's on the scanner head. Yeah. So the scanner head just goes on underneath it. Yeah. And scans. That's the normal way of doing it.
Yeah. Okay.
You're better off buying a dedicated film scanner rather than using a flatbed scanner to scan negatives. They're not that expensive.
No.
Yeah. Well, unless you're doing stuff that's large format film.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And for the cost of getting photos developed today, you go to Officeworks these days and they do everything for you.
Well, for quite a long time, when you took your colour film into somewhere to be processed, they stick it in a Fuji Frontier processing machine, and it doesn't actually do a direct print from the negative. It scans the negative and does a digital print, but doesn't save the file.
Oh, wow.
Or initially it didn't. It would because nobody had computers that you could really put this on. But they would scan the negative, and the print would be done digitally.
Mix, I've been dancing around it without mentioning that word, so you get a timeout now. I was actually saying that thing from you know where, that you know who, and all that stuff. I was trying to be discreet. And what do you mean, Fred? I don't understand you. You're trying to do a flurfy thing up there. How do you develop in space? The fluid would float away. Take that, Globers. Testing my flurf flip. Well, we know that they didn't develop it in space. They brought it home and took it to the 1 hour photo place.
Actually,
photo.
There was a series of American probes whose name escapes me that they used to photograph the moon's surface prior to the Apollo landings to look for suitable landing sites. And the probes weren't designed to come back to Earth, so they actually had to, in effect, digitize the images and broadcast them back to Earth. And they are actually of very high resolution.
I believe they did it. I believe they photographed it, developed the film, digitized it,
yes.
and broadcast it back.
Yes. And I thought I'd saved a link because I can't remember the name of the probes that they sent, the satellites.
Paul, Surfs aren't complaining about you.
Easy. Nobody does camera here. No, nobody.
It should be one of your ducks.
Yeah, it should be. I should get the little chicken out.
Oh, you got the chickens too, that's right. They grow as quick as the duck?
No, the ducks grow way quicker.
Yeah.
I mean, this company that I do the ducks for, right? They process, in other words, they hatch and kill about 140,000 ducks a week. Terry.
Week. Wow.
Yeah,
that's a ducking lot of ducks.
Yeah, and the age of the ducks when they process them is about 5.5 weeks. So at 5.5 weeks, they're about 3 to 3.5 kilos. So they grow pretty quick.
They get their diploma at that time. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Oh, look, now you've gone and done it to Alan now. Surf, Alan's doing it too.
Oh, no.
It's going to annoy Surf. I thought, well, might as well.
And if I put mine on, you won't be able to see me because it's a bit darky.
Oh, you do it in the dark, don't you, Terry? Well, I could always shut off the lights here. Say, hey, Google, turn off the music room lights.
Do you do it in the dark, Terry?
No, I've got the monitor. I can see. You want me to turn the monitor off?
Oh, and by the way, the probes that the Americans sent to the moon were very creatively called Lunar Orbiter, and there was 5 of them. And yes, they took photographs of the moon's surface, and in part of the processing the film process was actually scanning them as well and transmitting the images back to Earth. And that was done between 1966 and 1967. So even back then, we had the technology to do it, and they used the same cameras that they put in the U-2 spy plane because they were the best cameras they had for it.
Is that more like what you'd be like, Terry?
Is that just the light from the monitor?
Yeah.
Wow. That's
the 4 monitors.
Yeah, but yeah. I was just going to say, that's not just from one monitor.
No.
You can't fool me that way.
The monitor there, there's a
monitor there, and a monitor there, and a monitor there. Yeah. Bloody
I've only got room for 2.
Yeah, I got barely room for 1.
Oh dear.
I can turn the light back on.
I was just going to say how easy it is to put my camera on while on the fly. I don't know.
So says you can't type in the dark, despite the fact he doesn't even look at the keyboard.
Okay, so if I was to turn the camera on, what would I have to press? There.
Ah, I think we see your forehead.
Yeah,
wait a minute.
We do.
That was pointing somewhat high.
Oh, those evil eyes, Terry.
You're rather out of focus.
I don't know why. I don't know.
Bloody hell.
You're focusing like a flurf now, Terry.
Yeah.
I don't know why it's doing that.
That's Travis
and the reflections off those glasses looks evil.
Yeah, I don't know why it's out of focus. It's not. That's not normal.
Probably because it hasn't got enough light to focus.
No, it does. It will focus. I've had it on.
Is it because it's your face?
Uh,
Either that or it's got a load of condensation on the lens.
no, there's nothing on the lens. That's weird. I've never had that happen before. Where it's out of focus. I can't see what the... it's got autofocus. Autofocus off. No, autofocus is not doing anything. Manual focus, I mean. No, it must be something else doing it because it's not even autofocusing. No, I'm going to have a look at that later, what the problem is. Because we can't have that. I wonder if it's the zoom thing. No, it's not that either. Anyway.
There he was, gone. Oh, no, there he is. So,
It's the only way I can turn it off to have me virtual camera on. Now, if I have green screen, put that back. Stop video. No, oop, I broke it.
what have you done?
I don't know. What have you done? What video did I have? That one? No, it wasn't that one.
Oh, yeah.
No, it wasn't that one. That one. Was it that one?
Oh, I don't know.
I don't know either now. Oh, that'll do. That'll do. I forget which one I had. Yeah, I'm going to have a look at that later and find out why it's out of focus. It's not normal. The blur makes you look younger. Oh, thanks, Dora.
Carl thinks you look like it's practically so.
Alright then. I think it might be time for the topic.
Some stuff.
Yeah. Here we go. Find the right screen that'll show it. Share it in here. Oh, there's Blue's Apprentice.
Yep.
You'll have to get your apprentice to say good day one day, Blue.
He can do that.
Right, what do you got? You should have something. I'll have you. Oh, I heard something.
Yep.
Okay.
I heard The Apprentice.
Yeah.
So if you're going to do any reading, Alan, you said you got your own copy.
I have got my own copy. Are we starting with oh, let me...
Well, this was the consensus when we had our staff meeting before the show.
Yes. Yes, that's
Because you're sharing your entire desktop with us rather than just the window, aren't you?
Hey?
yes.
Share screen.
You shared your desktop, not the window.
We can see everything.
Oh. You don't want to see everything.
No, it looks better out in YouTube, boy.
Yeah, yeah. Well, it doesn't when I look, because I thought I'd save bandwidth and set it to 144p.
Oh,
Right, now you should have just a Google page.
Yeah, we just got the thing.
Right.
Okay.
Are you going to
Airships.
start off with that? Okay.
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter if I move it around on my end because you've got your own copy.
No, it doesn't matter if you move it around on your end, because I've got my own copy.
Oh,
Yeah,
sorry,
then I
Alan.
can-
Do you want to? Sorry, Alan. Was I interrupting you starting the reading?
oh bless.
Well, I mean, right there with that title, I mean, everyone knows what a blimp is. I mean, that's like Anthony Riley, isn't it?
No, he's a derivable. He's a dribbler, isn't he?
Dribbler.
He's a dribbler.
Well, the first answer
He
I'd
dribble-
have.
he-
The first answer I'd have is it's got airships, dirigibles, zeppelins, and blimps. What's the difference? Well, they're all spelt different.
yeah.
Funny that, yeah.
Would you like? Would you like me to start? Or what?
I thought you were starting.
Okay. Airships, dirigibles, zeppelins, and blimps. What's the difference? So, what is an airship? An airship is any powered steerable aircraft that is inflated with gas that is lighter than air. So, what is a dirigible? Airship and dirigible are words that
Synonyms.
mean the same thing. Yeah, that's it. A dirigible is any lighter than aircraft that is powered and steerable, as opposed to free floating like a balloon. The word dirigible is often associated with rigid airships, but the term does not come from the word rigid, but from the French verb diriger, to steer.
Ah.
Dirigibles include rigid airships like the Hindenburg, semi-rigid airships like the Zeppelin NT, and blimps like the Goodyear blimp. So what is a blimp? A blimp, technically a pressure airship, is a powered, steerable, lighter than air vehicle whose shape is maintained by the pressure of the gases within its envelope. A blimp has no rigid internal structure. If a blimp deflates, it loses shape. Airships.net author Dan Grossman with the US Navy blimp MZ-3A.
And nobody wanted to touch on the pressure of the gas within. Okay. Okay, I thought I'd.
Today, blimps are best known as advertising vehicles. Goodyear began using blimps to advertise their brand in 1925, but blimps have also played an important role in the armed forces of many countries. The US Navy's lighter-than-air program made extensive use of blimps, primarily in anti-submarine and reconnaissance roles from the 1920s through to the 1950s. Was the Hindenburg a blimp? No, the Hindenburg is often called blimp, but that is not correct. Hindenburg was a rigid airship that maintained its shape by means of a metal framework. What is a rigid airship? A rigid airship has a framework surrounding one or more individual gas cells and maintains its shape by virtue of the framework and not from the pressure of its lifting gas. This photograph of the US Navy airship Shenandoah under construction illustrates the metal framework, a partly inflated gas cell, and the fabric outer covering that protected the gas cells and provided aerodynamic streamlining. This drawing of the USS Shenandoah illustrates the various parts of a rigid airship. A Zeppelin is a rigid, what is a Zeppelin? A Zeppelin is a rigid airship manufactured by a particular company, the Farmers, you're going to help me out with this bit.
I was just going to say, I was waiting for you to read that, Alan.
Luftschiffbau.
Yeah.
Bless you.
Luftschiffbau Zeppelin of Germany, the Zeppelin airship construction company, founded by Count Ferdinand von Zeppelin. Ferdinand von Zeppelin is considered the father of the rigid airship, but not all rigid airships are Zeppelins, just as not all photocopiers are Xerox machines. The term Zeppelin is often associated with the German airships that conducted bombing raids during World War I. But while most of these ships were built by the Zeppelin company, not all World War I airships were Zeppelins. The German military also used rigid airships of very different design built by the Schütz, Lanz and Parseval companies. One of history's most famous Zeppelins was LZ-129 Hindenburg. LZ stands for Luftschiff Zeppelin, and 129 indicates that Hindenburg was the 129th airship designed by the Zeppelin company.
You sure LZ doesn't stand for Led Zeppelin?
That's what I was wondering.
Go.
That's what I was wondering.
There we go.
Told you we'd get Led Zeppelin out somehow, Farm.
Yeah,
Oh, yes.
yeah.
Yes, of course.
Because the American naval airships USS Akron and USS Macon were built by a Goodyear Zeppelin joint venture, they are sometimes referred to as Zeppelins as well. Zeppelins still fly today. In fact, the new Goodyear airship is not a blimp, but a Zeppelin, built by a descendant of the same company that built Graf Zeppelin and the Hindenburg. So, what is a semi-rigid airship? A semi-rigid airship, like a blimp, maintains its aerodynamic shape from internal gas pressure, but it has a partial rigid frame, usually in the form of a keel, which supports and distributes loads and provides structural integrity during manoeuvring. So that's the semi-rigid airship Norge, which I think might be the one that Amundsen took to the North Pole. Famous semi-rigid airships include Norge of Polar. Oh, there you go. I should have read the next line, shouldn't I? Famous semi-rigid airships include Norge of Polar Explorer, Roald Amundsen, and Italia of Umberto Nobile. The modern Zeppelin NT is also a semi-rigid airship, and there we see the Zeppelin NT lifting off its first flight on the 17th of March 2014.
Mm-hmm. I think I've seen a Goodyear one of them flying around here somewhere one time.
Yeah. Well, we had a very similar airship design over here in the 70s, made by a company called Airship Industries, that also was in one of the Bond movies.
That was
Airship Industries 500, I believe.
that would have been View to a Kill.
It was indeed.
With good old Roger Mortis.
With Roger Mortis and Jaws having the fight at the end on the airship.
On
and
the Golden Gate.
Golden Gate.
Wasn't it the Golden Gate Bridge?
Yes, it was.
Yes. Oh, that yes. The baddie was Christopher Walken, wasn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, I was actually lucky enough to blag myself a look around inside the cabin of that airship. I happened to notice it moored on a local airfield one evening, and so visited the airfield and just sort of walked over and said, "Hi, can I have a look at your airship, please?" And the crew were nice enough to show me around.
Was it Roger Maud?
Oh dear.
Oh, dear.
Sorry, Alan.
Yeah, I did even ask if I could go for, go up in it with them, but unfortunately at the time it only had a special license to be allowed to be flied by the CAA as a test aircraft, and so they couldn't carry passengers.
Mhm.
Otherwise, I probably would have got a flight in it. Just because having the nerve to go up and say, "Hello, can I have a fly in your airship?"
And then you would have been singing that thing from that song that we can't sing from that song, from that group.
What?
Up and away.
Yeah, in your balloon. Yeah. I said no singing, Alan.
Oh yeah, I'm not allowed to sing, am I?
No.
Under pain of death.
Well, plus we're on YouTube, so we'll get into trouble for that too.
Oh, I don't
What?
think.
Are
I
you
don't
scared
think
that Alan might sound like the real thing?
Yeah, I'm going to say, I don't think there's any way whatsoever I'm likely to trigger the bot to notice the music.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, for your enjoyment, Alan Evans will now be the Fifth Element.
No, he won't.
Here with his song about a balloon. Oh no, the
Okay.
Fifth Dimension. Sorry, not the Fifth Element.
Fifth Element.
That was a movie.
Yeah, I was going to say Fifth Element. What?
Multipass. Multipass.
Okay, where's that next thing on this page? I've got to find.
Scroll to the top of the page you were on, and it's like the second. It's the second link down in the articles thing on the right.
The first Zeppelins.
Yeah, but I've got
The
it.
first Zeppelin, LZ 1 through 4.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't get that. I'll have to make it. I have to change it to do that. Here we go.
I thought you had the tab open already, Terry.
I have, but it was zoomed. It was too big to fit in the little thing, so I had to reduce its size so I could actually get the tab on the side there.
It's all very technical.
Yes, it is very technical. That article there. Oh, okay. I get you. First Zeppelins LZ1 through to LZ4. There we go. So make it bigger to 100%. And sharing is caring. Somewhere.
So they say.
Somewhere there. Go to there. Give the peanuts a sticky beak. There.
Yeah.
Now this has got a lot of words in it.
Yeah.
Would you like? I
was going to butcher as well.
Would you like me to read a little bit?
Well, I mean, if you want, I mean, I'm quite happy to read it. But if you want to start us off,
I'll do LZ1.
Okay.
Okay, the first Zeppelin LZ-1. Count Ferdinand von Zeppelin began construction of his first airship LZ-1 in June 1898 in a floating wooden hangar on the Bodenese Lake Constance at Menzel at Friedrichshafen in southern Germany.
Friedrichshafen.
Yeah, I said that. Not far from the Swiss border. The movable floating shed allowed the ship to be positioned into the wind to enter or leave its hangar. All photos to enlarge. No, we don't need to enlarge it. The ship was completed in the winter of 1899, but von Zeppelin decided to wait until the summer of 1900 before attempting to fly his invention. The ship was inflated with hydrogen gas in June and made its maiden flights in July to 1900. The first flight lasted about 18 minutes and covered about 3-1/2 miles. whatever that is, over the lake.
2.5 miles.
Yeah, whatever. Don't have kilometres here, do we? Germany, they should have had kilometres, wouldn't they?
Well,
I'm not sure to be certain.
I think most people probably wouldn't put the hyphen in there, but you know.
No.
Yeah, but I thought Germany had metric.
Well, they do now.
Oh, okay.
They do that. They did. They kind of did then, but remember, this is an American writing this for essentially an American audience.
I know.
They're not going to use metric units. They're going to use imperial. And where stuff would have been given in metric, they're going to convert it to imperial.
Yeah.
Because they're American.
Yeah, because they're American.
Not that, because freedom units.
Okay, LZ-1 Luftschiff Zeppelin 1 was 420 feet long. I have to convert all this to bloody metric now so I can grasp the size of it. 38 something half feet in diameter.
20 feet long? Were they smoking something?
I don't know, I said 420 feet long.
Yeah, 420 feet long, 38.5 feet in diameter.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. And contained approximately 399,000 cubic feet of hydrogen. So we got no idea that it'd be in cubic meters. In 17 gas cells made of rubberized cotton fabric. 2 metal gondolas were suspended below the ship, one forward and one aft, and each gondola housed a 4-cylinder, water-cooled Daimler gasoline engine, producing about 14 horsepower. That's a lot of horsepower from a 4-cylinder engine. Each engine was connected by long shafts to 2 outrigger propellers mounted on either side of the hull. Pitch was controlled by a sliding weight suspended under the hull, which could be shifted fore and aft. There were no elevators for pitch control or fins for stability.
Just in case you want to know, 399,000 cubic feet is approximately 11,300 cubic meters.
Okay. They did it in feet to make it sound like there was more. Oh. Where was I up to? I've lost my spot. Oh, here we
Paragraph next to the photo.
go. Okay. What do we got here? LZ-1 in its floating shed on the Bodenese... It was a river, I suppose.
Bodense.
Do you want to read this?
Yeah, I'll do it for you.
No, because the first flight of the LZ-1 was the culmination of years of planning by Count Zeppelin. But as a first attempt, the ship had understandable weaknesses. LZ-1 was overweight, with a severe lack of engine power. 14 horsepower? No wonder. And speed made it difficult to control in even slight winds. The engines themselves were unreliable, and one failed during the short maiden flight. The ship suffered from poor controllability due to its lack of horizontal or vertical stabilizing fins and control surfaces, and the sliding weight system jammed, eliminating pitch control, and most importantly, the structure itself lacked rigidity due to the weak tubular frame, which hogged during flight, with its center portion rising above its drooping bow and stern. That sounds like in context of from a normal plane flying, how you've got to have the pitch rolled and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, and 420 feet is 128 meters.
Okay.
Big. Really big.
Yeah.
So basically, it sounds like what happened was it bent in the middle, and because the lighter gas goes up, that compounded the problem because all the gas went to the center and lifted the center even further up.
Yeah. So
and the ends just acted like weights which drooped down.
It bowed up rather than down. Yeah. Must have been the right bloody site.
Yeah.
They needed a flurf on staff, clearly. I mean,
Yeah.
those guys know how to build fences 2 miles long that are perfectly straight. What the hell?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Attempts were made to increase rigidity of the framework and address the other problems, and 2 additional flights were made, but the flights did not impress the military representatives in attendance that Zeppelin's project deserved public funds, and Count Zeppelin was out of money. Zeppelin was forced to dismantle LZ-1. Have I got to take me tablets, do I?
Yes, Terry, you need to take your tablets, mate.
Okay. I'll do that when Farmers is reading.
Yep,
But while LZ-1 itself was not a success, Count von Zeppelin's basic concept of a long rigid metal frame containing individual gas cells and covered by fabric was sound and formed the basis for all future Zeppelin airships. But barring a few technical issues.
Yeah.
There we go. You want to do LZ2?
I'll do that. Yeah, I can do LZ2.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, off you go, Druss.
Yeah, cheers, mate. LZ2. Captain Zeppelin's second ship, LZ2, was not built until 5 years later, with funds raised partly from a lottery approved as a favour by the King of Württemberg and partly by the mortgage of Countess Zeppelin's family estates. So, yeah, they had to remortgage up to the hilt. While an improvement over LZ1, Count Zeppelin's second ship still did not incorporate basic design elements, which would later be recognised as essential to flight stability and control, such as vertical and horizontal stabilisers and control services. LZ2 did represent a significant technical advance, due largely to engineer Ludwig Dürr. The weak tubular girders of LZ1 were replaced by triangular girders, which it says you can see in the photo. I'm not entirely sure you can, which provided dramatically improved rigidity and strength. Triangular girders, similar to those used on LZ2, would be used on every subsequent Zeppelin airship, and Ludwig Dürr would remain as chief engineer, designing every ship built by the Zeppelin company after LZ2. Oh, that's a rather unfortunate photo. LZ2 made its only flight on January the 17th, 1906. Zeppelin had replaced the 14 horsepower engines used on LZ1 with 80 horsepower Daimler engines, which gave LZ2 sufficient speed to maneuver in light winds. But engine failure forced an emergency landing during the ship's very first flight, and it was destroyed on the ground by a storm that evening. Oh, that's rather unfortunate end. It manages one flight and then gets wrecked.
Yeah.
Poor thing.
Are you going to keep going, or are we going to?
I'm happy to keep going. It's whether Terry's still with us.
Oh, of course, because Terry can't scroll it down for the. We need Terry to scroll it down for the peanuts, don't we?
Yes, because I've done what you did. I've got the website open on the other screen.
Oh, look, it just scrolled down.
Was that it for the LZ2?
Yeah, LZ2.
That was short-lived. It was short-lived.
Yeah, well, I'm quite happy to do 3 and 4 because 2 didn't last very long, and literally it only lasted a day.
But it did have a step up of the engine power. 4 times.
Oh yeah,
the power.
going from 14 to 80. I mean, blimey, that's quite an increase.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm guessing that's 2 engines of 80 horsepower.
Did it say that, or it just said 1?
Yeah.
Oh, it said engines. It said.
Yeah.
Used on had to replace.
You had an engine in each gondola, and there were 2 gondolas, so it's basically a twin-engine design. So it'd gone from a total of 28 horsepower to a total of 160. I mean, that's quite an improvement. They could actually control it in the wind.
Maybe the engines were too powerful this time.
Well, I mean, to put it into some context, LZ1 had 2 engines giving a total of 28 horsepower. My motorbike supposedly makes 42. So you can see just how underpowered that first Zeppelin was. I mean, it barely moved itself. Right then, let's go on. Let's do 3 and 4, shall we? Right. The next two ships, LZ3 and LZ4, were even greater advances in technology, with huge increases in controllability, power, speed, range, and payload. Large horizontal fins and elevators finally provided greater pitch control and stability, and the ships were capable of producing aerodynamic lift. Longer and more reliable flights became possible. In 1907, LZ3 made a flight of 8 hours, and on July the 1st, 1908, LZ4 made a flight of 12 hours over Switzerland. Ooh. Quite impressive thinking that this is really, you're talking the time which is it's the birth of flight. It's the birth of powered flight. I mean, when did the Wright brothers fly? That was 1900 something, wasn't it? I can't remember.
1903.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah. Oh yes, look, there's the horizontal stabilizers on the tail.
Yeah.
So you can actually help control the damn thing. Right.
I'm just
The
looking into
record-breaking-
before you read.
yep.
I'm looking
Yep.
at the image, and you can see like wings coming out the sides on the left and right below the.
Yes.
I wonder if they're a type of rudders or not, or ailerons
Well,
or something.
they're all part of being a horizontal stabilizer, aren't they? Them and the things you see at the tail.
Yeah. And I'm guessing if they put a set of those wings at the front as well, as it's bimbling along, as they say, it will produce aerodynamic lift,
Yes.
which is kind of useful.
Yeah. But yeah, you look at that and compare it to LZ1 that basically had nothing. If you scroll up and look at LZ1 now, keep going. Keep going. There you go. Look at that. It's got nothing.
Looks really flimsy in comparison, doesn't it?
Yeah, but it's got no stabilizers, no control surfaces, nothing. Yeah,
I mean, how the hell would they point the nose of that down so that it could follow the curve of the Earth, hey?
Yeah. I'm sorry, the Elmigs. I know I keep saying I don't know, but it's just the risk we've got to take. Oh dear. Right then, where are we? LZ3 and 4. You probably want to scroll up a bit.
You're under the.
It should be under the one of the image.
No.
What?
He is. No, we are at the record breaking. Yeah, no, that's the right spot.
Sorry.
No, you're right. The record breaking Switzerland flight of LZ4 brought national attention to the success of Count Zeppelin and his machine, and the public began to look on the airship as a practical innovation. On July the 3rd, 1908, King Wilhelm II of Württemberg and his wife, Queen Charlotte, were passengers on the 5th flight of LZ4. The German government promised financial support for Count Zeppelin's efforts if his ship could make an endurance flight of 24 hours, and confident in his ship's ability, Zeppelin agreed to the challenge. LZ4 departed the Bodensee on August the 4th, 1908 for a 24-hour trial.
You need me?
And there it is in its floating hangar.
Aye. LZ4 leaving its hangar on the Bodensee for the 24-hour test flight that ended at Echterdingen.
Yeah, Echterdingen? I'm not quite sure. So some of these German names are a bit. Why couldn't they do it at Berlin? Pronounce that. It's only got 2 syllables.
Or even Munich.
Oh, Munich. That would work. We'll go out to the coast and do it at Peenemünde. Right. Oh, hello. There's a wreck. How much more?
I was just seeing how much more to go.
Oh, we got much more to go, have we?
No, that was it. There's that bit there and that bit there.
And that bit. Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, there's one more bit of
Right then, LZ4 and the Miracle at Echterdingen, or however you pronounce it. Just as it seemed that Count Zeppelin and his team had mastered the basics of airship design and operation, LZ4 was forced to make an emergency landing in a field at the town of Echterdingen on August the 5th, 1908, during the 24-hour endurance flight. Pulled by a sudden storm from its temporary mooring, the ship crashed and was soon destroyed by a fiery explosion of hydrogen. And there you have the burnt out remains.
Hmm. Buckle
A sad looking pile of scrap, isn't it?
Yeah. And what type of metal would they have had developed in those days? It would have been a type of aluminium, wouldn't it? Wouldn't have been normal steel, obviously. But wait.
It would have been, they would have been using aluminium. I would have thought by then.
Because I know aluminium was, for the invention of aluminium, it's on its onset, it wasn't. It was only a new product. That had to have been invented for them to have even thought of doing something like this for lightweightness. Unless they were going to build it out of wood like some earlier.
No, that wasn't wood. It was the forerunner of aluminium. It was aluminum.
Yeah. You said it right the first time, Blue.
No, I will give him this. Aluminum was its proper name and its original name. And then they went to put it on a periodic chart and said, that don't look right. It needs to have an ium at the end. So they renamed it aluminium.
Yeah, because it rhymes with cadmium and sodium and...
Exactly, literally. They put it on the periodic chart and thought, that don't look right.
Oh, look at the people looking at it.
Well, everybody loves a good crash. So they do. Everybody loves a good crash. What happens when you see an accident on the motorway? Every bugger slows down to have a look.
Is that the buckle remains of it, even in the distance, with in the background?
Well, shows you how long it is.
Yeah.
That is that.
How many
that,
parts
that
get ripped into?
I mean, you're looking at one end to the other.
Doesn't seem to be much of a middle.
No, well, I suppose if you think about it, the ends structurally are probably the strongest part to sort of maintain their shape, aren't they? Because it was on the ground already.
Oh, I didn't have far to fall.
I don't think so.
Unfortunately, I'm guessing there wasn't anybody in it.
No, because they'd had to make it said they made an emergency landing and it was pulled by a sudden storm from its temporary mooring. So I suspect, as they'd already had to land it, that it was pretty much on the ground. And then it got torn loose in the storm and up it went. Right, what we got left? In response to the crash, rather than lose faith in Count Zeppelin's work, the German public rallied behind Zeppelin's efforts. In what became known as the Miracle at Echterdingen, Germans contributed 6 million marks for the construction of a new airship and gave new life to the Zeppelin enterprise. There you go, the public were behind him. Christ. Establishment of the Luftschiffbau Zeppelin. The fervent financial and political support of the German public and government following the crash at Echterdingen allowed the Count to establish the Luftschiffbau Zeppelin, or the Zeppelin Construction Company, in September 1908. Alfred Colesman was the Zeppelin Company's business manager, and in 1909, journalist Hugo Echner joined as the company's director of public relations. Within 2 years, Echner would be an airship commander. Colesman would shortly establish DLAG, the Deutsche Luftfahrts-Aktiengesellschaft, the German Airship Transportation Corporation Limited, as an affiliate of the Zeppelin Company to commercialize Zeppelin travel by providing passenger service.
Ooh. We'll commercialise this idea. We'll make money out of it.
Yep.
And guess where our next topic's going to be? It's going to be titled... I can find it now. We won't be able to get into this tonight, but that's where it'll lead off next time.
D-Lag.
Yeah. World's first airline. From 1909. So there we go. That's your preview for the next instalment of airships and zeppelins.
Cool.
See if we can get some more power out of 80 horsepower.
Yeah, I still can't get over that the very first one only had 28 horsepower in total for something that was 400 odd feet long. I mean, that must have been almost impossible to fly.
I mean, 420 feet is a damn good sized boat, isn't it?
Yeah. Okay, I know, it's full of hydrogen, it's a lighter than air vehicle and all the rest of it, but like, I need more power, Scuddy. No, that's it. Sorry.
The problem is, of course, is that you've always got the problem of having to have enough gas to lift the ship.
Yes.
Plus having some lift left over, so that you can actually carry stuff. Because this was always a problem. The airships got so damn big because it was the only way they could carry any significant payload.
Yep. Yeah. Otherwise, they're too small and it's quite useless.
Or they end up overweight and underpowered.
It's been doing a bit of reading. Apparently, the development of the Zeppelins was a key factor in the drive for the development of better aluminium alloys. So there was a lot of competition between companies to provide different alloys to provide good material for the structure of the airships. Yeah.
So that's another example of necessity is the mother of invention, so to speak. For you want something, you have to research it and try to develop it. Like what's the most lightest material nowadays comparable to aluminium?
Well, you're looking at composites, aren't you? Like carbon fibre.
Yeah.
Well, in an alloy, I mean, not so much.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Well, it's still going to be aluminium based. It's going to be sort of an aluminium magnesium alloy.
Mm.
Yes. I mean, traditionally they use magnesium alloys a lot, but that doesn't have much in the way of longevity. I was reading a few articles about guys who are restoring proper racing motorbikes, and they said they've actually had to replace a lot of the original factory parts that were fitted because they were made out of magnesium, and they don't age well. It makes it very, very light, but they're not designed to last very long. Of course, these days everybody uses stuff like carbon fibre.
Isn't there a problem with magnesium if it's heated up?
Oh yes. Just a little bit. I'm sure we all remember that from our science lessons at school.
Yeah.
When your science teacher sort of says, "Look what happens when I set like this bit of magnesium," and you'll get archive. It's yeah.
Yeah. So it would be a really stupid idea to build a warship out of magnesium, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Just a bit. Yes.
And then send it in the way of some exocet missiles. sorry, then send them in the way of missiles.
Missiles. Yes.
Well, it's fun throwing old broken Volkswagen Beetle engines onto the campfire.
As you do.
Yeah.
Why just throw the whole Volkswagen on the bonfire?
Of course, none of that was as impressive as when he says, "Oh, here's a metal I can cut, and I'm just going to throw it in this container of water, and it's sodium."
Yeah. Yeah. Why does it look oily, sir?
What on earth has Blue got for his background? His thumbnail.
It's Cavendish.
Wait a minute.
Wait.
I'll pin it.
Oh yeah.
I can't make it any bigger. Sorry. Sorry, I can't make it bigger.
I have to admit that when I was at sixth form, I might have acquired about a 1 centimetre by about a 1 centimetre cube of sodium metal from the chemistry lab, and we thought we'd try and make a depth charge out of it by sticking it in a photo can with a stone and sinking it in the pond in the college grounds.
Christ.
The only problem was we picked plastic. It was a plastic one, and it just floated.
Ah.
So we recovered it, and of course at this point we had it wrapped up in a whole load of like kitchen towel.
Oh, don't get Blue started on. Don't get Blue started on that, you guys out there.
So we might have just taken it out into the road where it had been raining recently and dropped it in a puddle, wrapped in all this. Yeah, just as somebody comes and parks their car over the top of it.
Oh.
Just before it goes whoosh and bursts into flames.
Nice.
Carl, I
didn't set his car on fire. Lots of smoke from the burning paper, of course.
Yeah.
Carl, I didn't know you could still fit a V8 in a Beetle. I thought you could fit a Subaru Boxer engine in a Beetle.
Yeah, or a Porsche Boxer.
Fit a V8 in just about anything.
Well, I suppose you can. Yeah, you can put a V8 in almost anything, but
there's less.
It might not technically be in it, but like a fair portion of it might be actually out of it. But
yeah, but I've seen
it's on it.
I've seen the guys do on the car shows where they get a normal Volkswagen Beetle and they put I think it's a Subaru type Boxer engine, and it basically fits in with hardly any modifications.
I believe the Porsche engine goes in on the same engine mounts.
Wow, that'd even be better.
I think it's like a 3-litre turbo Porsche Boxer.
Yeah, because a mate of mine years ago had a kit car. I think it was called a Nova, and it was a real sort of low, streamlined, futuristic-looking thing. But it was built around most of the gear off a VW Beetle. And he said, "Oh, you don't have to fit a Beetle engine; you can fit a Porsche engine because it all fits and bolts up onto the bell housing."
Yeah.
Don't think he ever finished it though, but that would have been quite something, a lightweight fiberglass kit car with a Porsche engine in the back. But I remember somebody, when we used to go and watch the hill climbing years ago, somebody had a Metro 6R4. And he'd blown the original engine, which was a 3-litre V6, and he'd fitted a supercharged Rover V8 engine. So it's more powerful than the original engine.
Yeah. That 6R4 was a bit nuts anyway, wasn't it? It was the same as group B, wasn't it? As the group N.
I thought it was one of the Group Bs. It was Group B.
Was it Group B?
Yeah. The Group B, you had the 6R4, the Ford RS200, the original Audi Quattro.
Lancia did one as well, didn't they?
I think so, yeah. And they introduced all them and then banned them all a couple of years later.
Because too many spectators were standing in the track and getting run over.
Yes.
Oh, and somebody took one off a cliff. Somebody took one of those cars off a cliff in a rather unfortunate manner.
Yep. Oops.
And it was decided that they were just too powerful to be allowed to carry on rallying.
Okay.
Well, like you say, you see him in hill climbs and stuff. It was still, didn't you?
Yeah. Didn't work very well though. It tended to bounce. It seemed to bounce a lot as it went up the track.
Okay.
Just had trouble getting the power down.
Okay, where's this MC Tunes video? Was it only a couple of days ago?
Is that the one about 5G?
No, you were talking about it earlier about somebody.
Oh, that's Fight the Flat Earth.
Oh, I thought it was MC.
It was Fight the Flat Earth against Santa and his elf.
Yeah. So I think the worst one that I don't watch FTFE anymore, so I can't really comment on that. But MC Toon on Tuesday night had the Shouty on, didn't he? Mario.
Oh yeah.
What, the one looking up his nose?
Yeah.
Yeah. We've seen a bit of that.
That was awful.
Okay. Who else have we got then? Haven't we got no one else? Right. Okay.
The one he had before that wasn't so bad. I think that was the one we looked at.
Yeah.
The South African guy.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the one.
Because there was no point in. Because he was a bit.
Alright. Okay. I was hoping we'd have a little bit of dirt before the quiz.
Well, oh God, who did?
No, I don't want sob sit stuff crap.
I thought Wally had released one.
Yes.
Yeah, I've got Wally for after the quiz. I've only got a Wally so far. No one.
Isn't there any Lindsay?
Lindsay has dropped. So we have.
If only.
If only, yeah. Okay, I'll just see how many.
I saw Arctic Reflections thingy on Lindsay, and he wasn't stood by his whiteboard.
Yeah,
I haven't watched that one yet.
there
Was
has
he not?
been a couple. There has been a couple.
He was sat in a room with furniture and stuff.
Blimey.
A painting on the wall.
Yeah, I'll show you. That's the ones you're talking about. Where are we? Yeah, we're going back. That's this one, part 2, Obelisk, Centre of Zodiac. That's going back that far with the painting on the wall. And then we did. Where did we go? Oh, we done Flat Earth and some esoteric knowledge. That was our last one we did. So he's got 6 here.
Flipping it. 27 and 13, 27 and 13, 27 and 13. Yep. He's definitely doing them all to these card fills up, isn't he?
Yeah.
Okay, so he's got eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Whatever this cornerstone the builders rejects, I've got no idea where he's going with that.
God knows.
So I think we might have to watch that to see where he's going with that.
What? Are there any of Lindsay's videos that you have an idea of where they're going?
No. No, not at all.
Well, it's either we can see where he's going with the first one, or we can see where he's been by watching the last one he dropped. And we just have to catch up.
I know that video in the top left-hand corner there, that he's got to be talking about perihelion and aphelion.
Aphelion, yes, exactly. I can tell by the stance of his arms.
Yeah.
Oh, he also
when he does the wing waggle, that's what he's talking about.
Yeah, exactly.
I noticed when Terry went over it, and you get the little thing. in World First, the cornerstone of the thing, he did a bit of a wing waggle in that as well, I think.
Ah, okay.
Which one? That one?
That one.
Yeah, there we go.
Look,
Oh, yeah.
wing
He's
waggle.
obviously talking about perihelion and aphelion there too.
Yeah, what about this one? No. This one? No, that one's not going to do anything. The peanuts are not seeing what we're seeing. Okay, what about that one?
Oh,
No.
to peanuts. Poor old peanuts.
They're missing out. Okay, we'll go to that one. We'll go to that one. Poor peanuts are missing out on all the fun. Sorry, peanuts.
Oh.
Oh, I heard a squeak.
Yeah, that's the
I
whiskey
recognise
bottle
that.
opening.
It wasn't Paul moving, it was actually something else.
Yeah.
I need coffee. You need coffee, Carl? I'll have a cup, please. What are you showing? I can't see anything. Oh, Carl, that's what I was saying, Carl. I said that we can see something you couldn't.
You can't, yeah.
There we go. I heard Blue say press play.
He did.
He did say it. But he
Press
didn't say
play.
it. He didn't say press play, he said press play. I can't do it in a deep voice. Where is he? Wait a minute. What
Who
happened?
waylaid Lindsay?
What happened? There's no Lindsay. There we go. This is going to be a good show. No
Yeah.
Lindsay. Oh,
Welcome to
I'm disappointed.
another video on hidden knowledge. The secrets of the universe, hidden from everybody,
Even you.
replaced
Except
the
Lindsay.
spinning ball Earth.
Well, he hasn't made it up
My
yet.
site's about flat Earth. If you haven't seen my videos before, and connecting all the dots. Once you delve deep into the flat Earth model and to find out how it works, you open up one big massive can of worms.
What's he going to do with
It
that
brings
rule?
out everything in history regarding mythological stories,
I've got a feeling that
religion,
Lindsay stuffed all those worms
science, what's been hidden, what's been replaced, what BS has replaced the truth, GPS, where it came from, which is celestial navigation. Well, today I'm about to reveal something never ever been revealed. Excuse me.
Drum roll.
It's one of the biggest mysteries in all religions. Excuse me, just close the door.
Why? Why do we close the door for?
I found it, so
He closed the door so he doesn't let the other patients hear what he's talking about.
Yes.
I mean, this is worthy of a press conference in the courtyard of the Vatican, I'd say, but I'm going to just give it to you.
Where? Who?
I've had about
Vatican.
4 goes at this video to try and bring as much
The Vatican's the
information
forefront of knowledge, right?
together as possible to show you, to guide you how it comes about. But there's so much information, I just started confusing everything and I'd lose everybody. So I'm just going to get straight to the point. Then I can bring in stuff in the next video, mate.
Do you want to give him a note, like a memo, to say why he loses everyone?
Maybe because I only had 27 minutes in this video camera.
13 seconds.
So let's get right into it. I've done 3 videos recently on the
Forgotten.
obelisk. It all came about this researching how the zodiac sign must work over the flat earth. Because we have all the zodiac signs shown in a circle above the earth, right? But we all know the sun moves around every day, don't we? Well, how does that work?
Well, how do they work on a globe Earth? You've got to give a comparison. You can't just assume that it's a flat Earth.
Well, if you understand the flat earth model and if you're following me, you'll understand that the sun does this. 3 months down,
There we go.
3
There you go,
months
Paul.
up to equilibrium, 3 months up, 3 months down again to the equinoxes.
Upper helium.
So the sun moving like this
Perihelion.
has to be reading something vertical. So then you start thinking of obelisks. Then you start thinking of the centre of the
Yeah.
Earth. And then you start connecting
Start
everything
thinking
with all the
asterisks.
Yeah.
Connectrix.
How's he going to jump from that to that to that? Yeah.
He's done 3 videos on obelisk, but not once has he mentioned asterisks. I'm disappointed.
Yes, we are. We are. We definitely are.
mythological stories in all the religions. And it's connected with the the pyramids, the Great Pyramid. And recently I realised, it's probably been noticed for a while, but if you draw the flat earth map, scale everything out and draw the tropics, Khufu fits in beautifully to the Tropic of Capricorn. You scale it in and it sits there beautifully. I scaled it right down. I got 115 metres. 115 metres? Yeah, because Khufu is 230 metres from there to there.
Gee, that's a pretty small map.
Yeah.
We're on a mini map. That means from me to you is only, what, a couple of metres away?
I've got 115 millimetres, scaled it right down, and it's tucked in there beautifully. I knew I was onto it, so I kept going, and sure enough, I've just come across all this information. So, this video is about the cornerstone the builders rejected. No one's ever figured that out.
What?
The chief cornerstone, representing the peak. So, there's a connection there with the pyramid, Khufu pyramid, with no capstone on it, right? I've known Khufu to be the moon pyramid because of the moon cycle. I've done a video on this early way back. So it was always at that height, that 138 metres, because that correlated with some other figures with the moon cycles. All cycles of time concern the moon. The sun just does a seasonal change, but it
Doesn't he realise that meters weren't around back then when they built a pyramid?
never moves. No. It just stays on its one axis and turns. It just follows the magnetic field of the seasonal changes around the flat earth. So it goes up and down, up and down. So it goes up and down every year. The moon goes up and down its cycle every month.
That's right, Carl. You jumped from Cornerstone to the cat. I got no idea how he done that.
But anyway, so the 3 videos on the obelisk, go check them out. Starts off slow but gets better. There's 3 of them. You could say this is the 4th. So the cornerstone. So it all relates to the seasons. This is the season. The 3.
I forgot to speed him up a bit.
The signs. The zodiac signs. 3 on each face. It's 3, 4 to 12. As it turns, it goes for another 3 months. Like I say, equilibrium, you'll go down 3 months to the northern solstice, summer solstice and December solstice. Capricorn say, 3 months back up. It's turned another face on the column. Then you've got 3 months all the way up to the northern solstice, and then 3 months back down to the equinox. 3 months up, and go 3 months down. Comes around the corner, up, reads. This is why it's fixed. Fixed sign is in the middle. You know about zodiac signs? That's always in the middle. So I've got to try and make that fit. Everything.
Brainerd says video 4 of 3.
The builders rejected. What do you know? What comes up on TV, on the YouTube? Santos's video. But I'm more of the celestial side in my workings because it's in regards to the flat earth model and how it all works. Santos is more into the bodily signs of the human, because as above, so below. It's all the same. They all work together. So he's got, Santos knows it is the quadrant of the zodiac, the bodily cell salts, because we go through a chemical reaction as the season unfolds. And that's what's happening up top in the celestial bodies. Those are chemical reactions, the phasing in and phasing out. Those are all chemical reactions. The solar eclipses, lunar eclipses, it's all up there. Nothing's physical. You should know that by now if you've been watching my videos. We're down here in the physical world. Nothing up there is physical. Nothing above us can be physical it would be detrimental to us if something fell off. God didn't do that. He's not that dumb. And when you get into this, you start realising how it's been designed. There's a creator, the builders, because everything is built around the zodiac sign, and it comes down to the obelisk in the centre there, and the stone the builders rejected. We're getting to. So centos, the bodily salts. Now we're in gestation for 9 months before we're physically born. We miss out on 3 zodiac signs. So he's telling us this is the cornerstone we are deficient in, we are lacking. This cornerstone the builders rejected because, you know, let's say you're Capricorn, you're conceived in March, you go all the way around to Capricorn, well you've missed the other 3, the 3 faces. You've missed these cell salts for your body, and that's what you're lacking in. And if you have those, oh, you could wake up spiritually, wake the pineal gland up. So he's bodily, but this is more celestial and earthly. As above, so below. So 4 cardinal directions are not north, east, south, and west not only anyway. They are the 4 cardinal signs of the zodiac. But notice these corners are not on the zodiac signs. Let's come back to this obelisk here, and corner. Break down the word corner. And all mythological stories in religion regarding this.
Brainy, you know he's not going to get to it.
Is all about a time in history. And time concerns the corn, the word corn, cornerstone. Corn is not the yellow stuff you eat. It's at a time. You break it all down. Italian, they have a word core.
What? It's relating to corner to corn.
Oh, I don't know. You lost me a long time ago.
Yeah, you have corns on your friggin' feet too, you know.
Oh, okay.
Tioni, heart of the line, the heart. It's in the heart. Core, at a time, as it turns the corner of the column in the centre, Corinth, peak or point, a core in the centre, apple core, and you've got Coriolis, concerns the centre, all the winds come from.
Wow.
All the winds come from the black hole centre.
Blimey, Governor.
Centre of the Milky Way is the black hole that drives all the winds, the vortex, in the centre of Earth. It's all in these other videos I've done. Black hole vortex, the Marys, when it came to, when they talk of the Southern Cross, because that's in the Milky Way, right, part of the Milky Way. Near the centre, and what's in the centre of the Milky Way? The sun. What's the sun? The sun sits on the horizon of the black hole. And they interpreted this, and one of their interpretation is a hole, something with a black hole, the winds come from. The winds come out of this black hole. Well, what's that got to do with the Southern Cross, you think? Because they know it's the correlation between the black hole centre of the Milky Way. There's plenty of mythological stories about the Milky Way. I've done a video recently about Zeus and the Typhon. Because the sun is tucked into the Milky Way like that, an egg in a nest, and it turns. It's day and night. So Zeus, the sun, is fighting nighttime, Typhon the Milky Way, as it turns 24/7. Here's your day and night. Here's your 24-hour day.
Isn't the Milky Way seen different, or more of, compared to the northern and southern hemispheres?
I believe it looks better in the southern hemisphere because the southern hemisphere is kind of looking towards the middle of it more.
Right.
So you get a better view. Something like 20,000 years we'll be round the other side, and then we'll get a good view up here in the north.
So you don't really get a decent view of what it looks like then, properly.
Well, we get a bit of a view of what it looks like because I mean I've got pictures, but it's a lot more spectacular in this. It's southern hemisphere apparently it's even better.
And because I've got my light pollution here, I don't get to see it very good.
Yeah, drive into that big bit in the middle with nobody in it.
Yeah.
Country.
Yeah.
And you should get a stunning view of it. I mean, I used to really notice when I used to have to go up to the rifle club that I shoot at, because you come out of the town and of course it's it's in an area that's fairly dark, and the difference in the amount of stars is actually quite amazing when you go, when you're just driving from in the town to some, you look up and you can barely see the brightest stars, and then you go somewhere where you can see a lot of the visible stars. You start thinking, oh, there is a lot of stars in the sky.
Bugger.
It also is vertical in the centre of the Earth. You see it horizontally, of course, curving. But it's all to do with the shape of the vortex, the centre of the Earth. The vortex. And that's all symmetrical with the southern field. The arcs. Back into the vortex, this arc. So we live within this arc, this donut. Right around the donut. It's another video. It's all about celestial navigation too. So I've got the cardinal down here. Fixed, mutable, movable as it comes around the corner. The mutable, movable is the it's the divine period of man's awakening. So which we go to from here. In association with the caduceus, the snake around the staff pole. So you put this in the centre of the Earth, it can be used as a staff pole as well, because the season winds around this. As the sun turns 24/7, and it's moving that 3 months up, 3 months down, it's going around, it's winding up. That's what the sun does over there, it winds up. It follows the magnetic field.
I know who's getting wound up, or who's winding up.
The sun itself isn't doing anything, it just faces in that one direction, but it follows the magnetic field of the Earth and the vortex. So it follows the season around like this. So the sun, you could say, is doing this over the year. And that's what the moon does over the month. It winds up to the moon, up to the sun at the top, because the he's at the top he's the chief cornerstone at the top, the centre at the top. He's fixed. The sun's regarded as the fixed at the top. The fixed sign. You've got fixed in the middle here, because that's in the middle of the Earth. So you've got the moon, comes out wide around the southern circumference of Earth, perigee, and then winds back up to the sun like this, and then goes around with the sun for 2.2 days, and then comes out again. So that 2.2 days, there's a creep as it comes out for the next month. I've got it at 4.8 hours. So there's that little bit of creep. So every month, the perigee, exact perigee, close to Earth will be that little bit further around to the east. Science won't tell you all that stuff, not their spinning ball bullshit. So, and I've got the moon doing, like, if I work on 4.8 hours, it's like 75 monthly perigees to do a full 360 rotation around the flat Earth. But that's not the metonic month cycle, because the metonic is the moon in relation to where the sun is in the season. That takes 19 years. But for the moon to do its full cycle around the 360 flat Earth, could be 75 years, but that's just the discrepancy I've got between sidereal month cycle and the Sardonic. It's 2.2 days there. But anyway, let's leave that for now.
Sardonic.
Other videos.
He can't say
The
Sardonic.
northern summer up here at Cancer.
Oh, is that the
cardinal.
right word?
You start
Okay.
looking at the word
Yeah, the
cardinal,
correct word
they're
is
just below
Sardonic.
the
Okay.
fixed,
See,
fixed there,
Sardonic.
just below the cardinals of the churches, just below the Pope. Pope representing the sun at the top. So we've got fixed, the Pope, the sun, fixed, Christ at the top. Christ, top of the firmament, sitting on the top of the firmament because it's the sun. The 7 layers, the light frequencies make up the sun, the bright light. At the top.
What? Huh?
The cardinal here is mutable. So remember the Great Pyramid has the clink
Can you be any
in
more
the sides,
vague,
it's sort of
Lindsay,
eight-sided. And what do we know? We know the clink is related to the solstices. And then you've got, look at this. This used to be a phrase. One of the cardinal pillars of our time. Bob Geldof just mentioned that in a Pink Floyd documentary. It used to be a phrase. One of the cardinal pillars of our time. There's your pillar. There's your cardinal signs. You can't deny it. But it's all gotten hidden because of the spinning ball bullshit. And this other thing here with science. As the sun turns, it exposes the constellations to the opposite direction. and the fixed stars appear to move opposite direction. Well, science wants you thinking the sun's stationary and everything's going that way. But no, the black hole it can only spin one way. It turns the whole realm. It's all moving this way. But the sun at the centre moves quicker. So it's the sun moving quicker makes the stars appear to go this way.
No, they don't. They
You
go
think
the other
that's
way.
stationary and the stars are going like this.
They go the other way.
But the sun's moving quicker. They're actually going the same direction, but because the sun's quicker, it's making this look as though the stars are going that way. And that's not the case.
You sure he's in
And if you work all this out, you find the sun does one full whole rotation more than all the background stars per year, plus 20 minutes. And it's that 20 minutes difference, the sun being ahead of the background stars, is the background stars moving up in the vortex. They come away.
Make it a
Because
lovely
everything
game.
winds up.
I know.
And with it,
But like, he's saying that
Consider
stars
the
going to
lilies.
go in one way, but he's not saying, well, here in this, the reason why they look like they're going the other way or anything. Like, he's not even defending anything.
gets to the top and gets sucked back down the Milky Way or not, I'm not too sure, but I think that's the way it works with the background stars. Because it's vortex. It's like when you vortex water, it'll race up to the top, shoot that down the bottom, and come back up again. But you shoot down the middle there with the sun, you don't come back out as what you were before. That's the burning up. You get burnt up. To get to me, is that saying in the Bible, to get to me, you go through thy Father. To get to the Father, you go through me. You go through the Son. Because the Father's the black hole. To know thy Father is to know me. Something like that. Anyway.
Anyway,
Now, a big secret here is
just
revealed,
brush it
everybody.
off. Doesn't matter.
Oh my god.
What? What's about that, Ron?
Yeah, you got
This
that.
is the Andean cross.
I got it.
South American. Aztec, Mayan, whatever. Or
What, he didn't have our Gaussian physics up there or anything, did he?
Chicana. This cross. That is their cross. It's drawn black with a hole in the middle. I didn't even look into it. As soon as I saw it, I was already onto this. Voila. Bingo. Drew the lines through there. The zodiac signs, and look what we got. Cardinals.
What's he found an image
Directions.
of that he's copied? I can't
Lines through
work it
here.
out.
Lines through there. The cornerstone the builders rejected. The corner.
He's made a crop and filled it in a
They
bit.
don't hit the corners. The
Yeah, I
external
know,
corners.
it's not even an image that's just a made up.
Now we go
image.
back to some other divine information I have in other videos, and this verifies I'm right. Is the 2017 when everything aligned. It verifies everything I've been working on for the last.
Boomer U says this is all on the final test, kids. Oh, we've got to concentrate and take it all in, do we?
Year and a half. The solar eclipse, the full solar eclipse on the 21st, cornerstone. Rejected. It's not on the zodiac points. Between Virgo and Leo, this is where the Sphinx is looking. In that direction. Now I'm saying, when the sun came up, or on that day, the sun would have risen and aligned with the Sphinx head and maybe carefree. Pyramid. Well, I can't verify this. Not at this stage. When I get back to Egypt, I will. And then following that, 17 days later, and that's mentioned in the Bible, 17 days, right?
I just noticed your comment, Blue, in the internal. I've got no idea what that is.
We get the first full moon, the full moon following it, on the 6th of September. And look, it's bang on the corner. This is man's enlightenment. The whole religious story, all religions are all pointing to an event in the season. Spring. This is spring, represents spring. You look it up, the summer corn, and it's all about the southern September spring, not the northern. And Santos, he tells us everything is about the northern part of the zodiac. He had his reasons, but I didn't see, but he's got another video. But all
Don't
religion
pick
is
your nose on
regarding the
camera,
southern
Lindsay.
spring, corn season. That's the southern. I think they call it the summer corn in Egypt times, but Egyptian days. But anyway, back here, there is the cornerstone. Now, if you work on this being the month 30, go back 15 days, then go to a quarter, you're 7.5 days. You get back to the sixth day. Where was I going with that? 6th day. I think I was looking into 1/7, the portion, the moon portion's 1/7. That's another story. But there you have it, everybody, the cornerstone. Now we know what the cornerstone is. The bull is rejected. The zodiac signs are here. The corner, as it comes around the corner, that corner point is that date on that corner. These corners, the divine periods and all the cycle of man. It's when man has a spiritual awakening, the birth of Christ. Christ is an event. Jesus was a name they put on him. It happens to every man. It's the meaning to life, and it's his goal in life to get this connected with this, the dual system becoming into singularity. You be at rest. Everything's about being at rest, because this is the sun, the heart. The sun's at rest. It's fixed. The other thing is the full moon. The full moon, I'm saying, somewhere along the line, or that day, the sun, would have aligned with Tofu or Carefree with the Sphinx, maybe. But it's all tied, it's all connected. The Sphinx and the full moon aligning with the pyramid. The things are happening here. We know at the mutable, we know the sun sets here in the solstices. Or was it the equinox? Solstice, equinox, whatever. The sun will set on the side of the pyramid and the side of the Sphinx. I'm pretty sure that was the equinox, but we're not looking at the equinox. That isn't the exact divine period. This period of man's awakening is in connection to all this, but for some reason it's 17 days different. There's a difference of 17 days. I can't figure out why that is, but we need to look at where the sun is on the rising of these days, the 6th of September, or this day. Things don't change much, like I said. Things only change 20 minutes per year with the background stars in relation to the sun. So this must happen every year, these alignments. But there's something slightly different, because we need all the planetary alignments, which we got on the September 2017. Check it out. It's on the internet. Search full moon 6th of September 2017, and then start looking into all the celestial anomaly that only happens every thousands. Some say a few hundred years, or some 1,000 or so, but others say thousands of years. 3 to 10,000 years. And I'll just read what some Mayan art was showing us here. It says this is a narrator on a video. Two videos to check out. It's on my phone, but the video is probably going to run out. So I'll put more information in the next video. But this is the one video I was watching on Mayan art regarding Mayan mysteries. Oh, here it is. It's called the Murals and Mysteries of the Maya by William Saturno, PhD. Let's check this video. Make sure I did push record. There was a series of trees, 4 of them.
Did he just check to see if he had pressed record?
He's 26 odd minutes in, and it's like, oh, did I press record?
Yeah. Wouldn't that be a bugger? I just spoke for 26 minutes and I didn't press record. And then we'll get a video that comes out that will be less than 10 minutes.
Oh, you know those photography videos I did, Terry? I did about 12 minutes to camera and didn't fluff anything, and then found out the camera had stopped recording for some reason after about 35 seconds.
Oh.
Because there's no recording light on the front of the camera.
Ah.
Oh.
Yeah.
It didn't have a turning screen.
Oh.
I represented the 4 cardinal directions of the world. The 4 sides of the coin here, 4 trees. And the tree of life is in the centre here. It's the vortex, the centre of Earth, we cannot get to. It starts at the ground point, which is the place of inaccessibility that no man has got to.
I
In the
thought the
centre
black
of the
hole
Arctic.
was in the middle.
Despite what you've been told, no one's ever got there. And then it just comes like this. We don't see it, we can't get in there. We're out in this arc, this realm out here, inside the donut, the physical donut. That's the non-physical part, not part of our realm. But that's what creates our realm. Just like we're physical, we can dream at night, create a non-physical reality. Well, that's a non-physical created our reality. And there's some religion myth. Nothing from nothing.
No. I reckon he would have been kept talking too and go, oh, time's up, was it?
Guess so.
He might have said
Well,
something. He might have said something really interesting after that. No.
No. That was just 27 minutes of blah, 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 blah,
Blah 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 blah.
blah, blah.
Blah, 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 blah.
And that as well, yeah.
You've got a blah 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 blah. Press F2.
Blah, 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 blah.
That's it.
That's him.
Ah. There you go. That's your Lindsay for the week, or for the day, for the.
It's just.
Guess what time? Guess what time it is now, Peanuts. While we ad lib for a couple of minutes. Because I've got to go
It's
and
going
make
to be
coffee.
Christmas, right?
Yeah, I've got to go and make coffee.
What time is it?
Tablet.
I've got to go and make coffee. So.
I didn't make any more tea. What goes in has to come out. Four.
Hey, Paul.
I'm good.
You got a typo.
What have I got in the typo?
Birkeland.
Oh,
Oh,
I
yeah.
do too. I
You
didn't
do.
notice that.
Well
Let
spotted,
me
Blue.
fix that quick.
And finally, I get to tell somebody else they got a typo instead of people always telling me I got to.
Yeah. Oh, Mr. Logo. Yes,
There
Mr.
we
Logo.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not wasting the opportunity.
Yeah. Get in now, quick.
Oh dear.
Yeah. Okay. Finally, I'm on the scoreboard. Big Blue won.
You are.
So wet your finger and put it in the air. Do an air mark. One for Blue.
I do recall seeing someone very recently that apparently correcting grammar, etc., is racist.
That's just bloody stupid.
No, I don't know why either.
I had some guy bitching at me about the extremely poor use of the English language, and in his final response, he said, "Don't take it personal." So my response to that was, "Personal is an adjective. Personally is the adverb. You hick."
Yeah.
There was a report on the web. Oh, I think it was last year. This woman had harangued two people and basically said, "Go back to your own bloody country where you speak your own language." Now this was in England, and the two people she was referring to were speaking Welsh.
Yeah. Was it in England or was it? I thought that was an English woman.
It was an English person. I think they were on a train in Wales, and she was haranguing these people for talking in the foreign language. Yeah, they were speaking Welsh.
Yeah.
In their own bloody country. And of course, she obviously didn't recognise Welsh, which I'm quite surprised because as an Englishman, I know when somebody's speaking Welsh because I have to get me raincoat out. But you know the irony.
Uh-oh.
Does that look familiar, Blue?
Yeah.
Quick! You'll summon somebody who knows more about it than you do.
Bring him on, I
Boy,
say.
that wouldn't be hard to find either.
Yeah, bring him on, I say.
A lot of people know more about it than I do.
Well, first we've got to the elevation of it, then we go to the mirrors of it. What's left in this LIGO that they can go on about?
What that they think they can debunk. Yeah.
I don't know.
Maybe the type of materials it was built out of, the concrete or the pipes. What type of concrete they used?
I don't know.
It's very bizarre.
I haven't heard anything.
I've really been
about
looking for.
I haven't heard any more about it for a couple of days.
Yeah, I've been looking for more details on that, on the design of that advanced LIGO mirror system.
Yeah.
That's a very sophisticated thing.
Yeah, that'd be cool if you can find some more schematics for it. I like schematics.
Oh yeah, I love schematics, especially when they don't tally up with the plans. I get that all the bloody time. You look at the plans, think, oh, I don't know. Let's just check and see what that pipe size is. Let's look at the schematic. Oh, that's totally different. Which one's right?
Well, speaking of schematics, there's somebody that's going to be doing something similar to that soon.
What do you mean?
Aren't you going to be doing something similar to that?
You've lost me completely now.
I thought your new position was...
Oh, well, yes, schematics will be involved. I think basically what I'm supposed to be doing is putting together outline drawings and performance specifications for buildings. Although I suspect we will also do a full design, because I think the company's hoping that although these jobs will then go out to tender, that we'll actually get asked to do the full design. So I think.
But don't forget, this is all secret, Farmer, so don't tell anyone.
I haven't said what it is and where it is, because I'm not allowed to.
Yeah.
Bizarrely, like when I worked on that bloody planter for Red Bull, we weren't allowed to put Red Bull on any of our drawings. All we could say, it was just called Building 7, because that's what it was on the Red Bull site. We couldn't put Red Bull on the drawings. We couldn't say what it was, where it was. It's all a bit silly, to be honest, but. But the problem is that some of the stuff we could be working on, we could have different automotive companies in the same building. Yes, Dora, thank you very much. Yes, I now won't have to walk sort of 12 to 14 miles a day after day. My body has already shown its gratitude. I don't ache anymore.
But you can sit on your butt and drive to work. That'll take you.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think eventually I'll probably be working from home, but to begin with, it makes sense to be in their office. I mean, it's an hour's drive. It's not the end of the world.
Nah.
But it's a proper job, yeah. Sitting down on a comfy seat with a cup of tea and a computer. Yeah, yes, Alan, that would. Yes.
Okay.
Flat earthers are.
Oh,
Sorry. I didn't.
who let him in?
It wasn't. it wasn't muted.
Yeah.
I'm just
Is it
setting up a
AutoCAD
couple of
work,
videos.
Farmers?
Yes, it will be. They've got a technician who bizarrely, I was talking about this yesterday, bizarrely is very, very good at 3D AutoCAD, but apparently not particularly good at 2D, which seems to be the way these guys are going. They learn all the 3D packages in college and university and what have you. But if you ask them to try and draw it in 3D, they struggle. So I think that'll be one of the holes or whatever that I'll be filling. If they want 2D CAD work, then I'll do that, because obviously I've done 2D AutoCAD for 23 years, something like that. And it seems a lot of the youngsters these days, and this is what we see with the flat earthers, they can't think in 3D. They can't look at a 2D representation of something and work out what it looks like in real life. They have to have 3D models.
Oh, and just to brighten everybody's life up. Unfortunately, it's just gone, but that was a pair of Bristols.
No, you can't beat a pair of Bristols.
The penny just dropped, or whatever you want to call it, from a DM that I got from a certain person's YouTube channel, and I just noticed what the question was that within the DM to what the live stream was that they did. Yeah, interesting.
Man speaking fork to tongue.
Yes, he did.
Yeah.
Now, Brandy Beaver sent me a DM a couple of days back, and he's looks like he's had a live stream. When did he do that? Yesterday. And he asked me a question, and the topic that he's got on the top of his thing was to do with the question he asked me. So, yeah. No.
And yes, in answer to Irish Stew, yes, no more hand-picking telephone-ordered sexual instruments. Oh, I tell you, that job was an eye-opener. What's this? What? Oh, okay, whatever.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but
right in the tote. Glad I'm wearing gloves.
Long as they were wrapped up and everything, and you're wearing gloves.
No. Some of them were in sort of sealed grey plastic, so you couldn't see it. But some of them were in like clear cellophane bags and things. So your scanner had a description and a picture, and you thought, okay, it's long and it's purple, and then you find it in the bin, and it is indeed long and purple because you can see it.
It wasn't addressed to a certain person?
No. Fortunately, we had absolutely no idea who was ordering these things. Yes, Carl, I'm now going to be a facilities engineer at a place called MIRA, the Motor Institute Research Association, I think it stands for.
Motor Industry Research Association.
That's the industry, yeah, because it's actually Habira MIRA. It's been taken over several years ago.
Okay. My father used to take Fords there from the R&D centre at Aveley back in the early 60s to do mostly to do cold room testing.
Yeah.
Because they got some very big fridges, very big deep freezers even.
Well, that's basically what I'm going to be designing is and outlining is the building that all of this kit goes in for whoever it is, be it and it's not necessarily this country, it's worldwide. It's like we want a building and we want to be able to test this, that, and the other. Okay, so we'll come up with we'll detail all the services you need in each room, all the kit that's going in it, what supplies you need to each bit of kit, and so on and so forth. And it's anything and everything to do with designing and testing vehicles mainly.
Yeah, because I always used to laugh when Top Gear used to talk about the super secret research place just north of.
It's just outside Nuneaton. It's on the A5. For me, I go past Hinckley, and that's the next thing I hit. It's like, oh, this is the super secret place.
Yeah.
But actually, you can't see bugger all of it from the road. You can see some of their buildings, but the test track and most of the facilities are over the hill. You can't see them. You can't see them from the road. It's all hidden.
Yeah.
Still, it'll be my natural environment. Sat in an office.
In front of a computer.
In front of a computer, sipping a cup of tea.
The really weird thing about my old man working at MIRA was the the other guy that used to go with him to do the testing turned out to be would have been my father-in-law.
Oh, right.
Just away.
Bloody hell.
But because my old man comes and says, I got a phone call from somebody I used to know. He says you're dating his daughter.
Well, farmers, if you ever get in a crunch, don't forget about Blue's big old fucking AutoCAD Emporium. Oops, sorry.
Thank you very much. Yeah, cheers, guys. It's been a while coming, but I knew eventually I could escape from Amazon.
Well, all those job interviews over all this time that I've been hoping that you'd get something out of it.
Yeah, well, so it was a matter of time, but it's just you sort of get to the point you think, oh, come on, something must bloody happen. I can't be stuck at Amazon forever.
Yeah, well, last year was a very difficult year for everybody, wasn't it?
Yes. It was. But like I say, things are coming back to normal. We've got a Grand Prix coming up here, and we will have spectators. So the council has actually now decided, hang on a minute, the main road through the village looks like a dirt track. Let's rip it up and lay it again. So 2 weeks of chaos, but we'll actually have a road that isn't full of potholes and gravel and Christ knows what else.
I was going to say I could probably suggest a handy tarmacking crew.
Well, I think the problem is that they would have done it last year, but then they realised there weren't going to be any spectators here last year, so they just didn't bother. And of course, the road just gets worse and worse and worse. And I think they finally realised, oh, we might actually have to do something. Because usually what happens about 2 weeks before the Grand Prix, they'll come around and sling some hot tar in the worst of the holes and think, oh, that'll do.
Yeah, or just do the full gravel dressing.
Oh, no, they haven't even bothered with the gravel dressing. They just sling some hot crap in the holes, pat it down and think, that'll be fine. Well, it is for the next couple of weeks. And then the road just carries on disintegrating. I think even they've realised now that, no, we've really got to do a proper job. So they're tearing it all up. They're planing it all up and doing it again. So now it's like, how do I get out of the village?
Like that, is it?
Yeah, but it'll be worth it. I think all of us are like, okay, we'll put up with 2 weeks of disruption because we're going to have a decent bloody road now. And then we'll have thousands of people descend on us.
So, Paul, have you got any questions for us tonight?
I do.
Ooh.
I do have some questions. Yeah.
Ooh.
You want some hard questions or some easy questions?
It depends on your... there's a word for it.
Depends on what the questions are.
Well, I've got hard ones, but I don't have easy ones. So.
Ah, shit.
Just giving you a false sense of hope there,
Yeah.
Before I do that, though, I'd like to share something to make Alan jealous.
Come on.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Let me see if I can. That's what we get to see from our end of the earth.
Yes.
Yeah.
Hang on, where's Polaris?
It ain't there. And which way are those stars going again?
Oh, they're going the wrong way. This is all wrong. This must be CGI. It's fake.
But if you're looking at the screen, Farmer, turn around because Polaris should be that way.
Hang on. No, I've got lots of paints and a tank and cross. I can't see Polaris. Sorry.
Okay.
All right.
Funny enough, looking at that, I was looking in a generally southerly direction.
I'm sort of I'm facing west at the moment.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Oh, shit.
All right.
Oh, shit.
Here
The bloody hard quiz.
here we
Title
go.
gives it away.
Okay.
Put your brains in.
Can I get one?
Okay. Here we go. Question 1. The hierarchical inverse opal structure is a common feature of materials named for these particles.
Right, I'll just offer a straw. Fuck it. I'll see you guys later.
No, you'll get this one. You'll get this one eventually, farmers.
Okay.
You will.
So we're after a particle.
You're after a particle. There can't be too many of those, right?
I don't know. There's quite a few around here.
Not diamonds. No. Systems which have excited states that undergo intersystem crossing will tend to emit these particles more slowly than those which don't. Not silicone. Okay, 2 of these particles are generated during spontaneous parametric down conversion. Now, that should give it away.
Yeah, that helps a lot.
Come on, Carl, you'll know this one.
Hang on. Are we going to get into hydrocoptic veins?
What?
Not solar panels, but solar panels use these, Carl.
Ah. I'm not saying I know the answer by going, I'm just going.
Do you mean PV arrays as opposed
Well,
to
come on,
panels?
type something in the chat then, Terry.
I didn't say I knew the answer. I just meant I know what solar panels are.
Not electrons. Not electrons, Dora. Carl Edwards. No. Spooky bed hair. In general relativity, these particles move along null geodesics, and they are represented as wavy lines on Feynman diagrams. Come on, you've all got to know what they are now.
No.
The bullshitter on. But Carl Edwards agrees with spooky bed hair. There may be something in that. An absorbed one of these particles is re-emitted at a longer wavelength in fluorescence. Come on, you've got to know what they are now.
Yeah.
Gotta be.
Yes, finally we have an answer internally and correct in the chat from Spooky Bed Hair and Alan and Farmers. The correct answer was, of course, the photon. Photons.
Hey, wasn't I getting on the right track if I'd have just sort of thought about it a bit more from my answer?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, well.
Okay, question 2 on a completely different subject. One character in this work responds to the claim that George Seacole is best suited to be constable due to his literacy, with the remark that to be a well-favoured man is the gift of fortune, but to write and read comes by nature. So it's a work. It's a work that we're after.
Don't think
What
this
do you
is
mean
the
a
sort
work?
of stuff I
Like
read.
a plumber?
Yeah.
Carpenter?
No, not that sort of work.
Well, what other work is there?
Well, as in like a book.
A literary work,
Yes.
Terry.
A book,
Well, why
a
did you
novel.
say that?
But
I did.
Usually a work of fiction.
yes.
Not potential work, no. Not Gilbert and Sullivan, no.
That doesn't sound like Gilbert and Sullivan.
No. One central character in this work claims that he was not born under a rhyming planet and is addressed by the other as Don Worm, while the latter says a star danced and under it I was born, and is addressed as Lady Disdain. What work are we after?
I think I can safely state that whatever it is, I haven't read it.
You're on the right track, Carl, but it's not the Shrew.
Is it something old?
It is. In one scene in this work, one central character muses on how to respond to quips and sentences and paper bullets of the brain before concluding, When I said I would die a bachelor, I did not think I should live till I were married. Not Starsky and Hutch. No. But Carl is on the right track, just the wrong work. Not damn, Carl. Not Merchant of Venice either, Farmer's Boy. Not Othello, Terry. Name this play by William Shakespeare, focused on the merry war between Beatrice and Benedick.
I know I haven't read this one.
Oh.
I know I haven't. I can't remember what it's bloody called. I know I haven't read this one.
They've made quite a well-known movie about it.
Yeah,
not Midsummer Night Dream. No. Here's your visual clue. For anyone that has seen the movie, they'll know what this is.
No, not seen the film either.
Dave Cannabis has got it right, but that's not the actual title.
I like his version of it.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Big Blue's got it right too. Much Ado About Nothing is the correct title. Not much to do about F-all.
I know I definitely haven't read that one.
Yeah. All right. Question 3.
Didn't do that one at school.
This one you should know. This is an easy one. To be sold in North America, this substance must have a density of 66 on the Brix scale and be filtered to remove calcium malate crystals. What is it we're talking about?
You shouldn't say easy when somebody doesn't know what a brick scale is.
It's not milk, Alan Evans. It's not milk.
Or what calcium malate crystals are.
Not whiskey. Not water. Imitation forms of this substance are generally made using sotalon.
Whatever that is.
Yeah, whatever that is.
Not sugar, Big Blue. No. In the USA, the highest grade of this substance was previously designated fancy, but is now Class A golden colour and delicate taste. Of course, that's much better, hey? Not bourbon, not methylated spirits.
Must be a food substance.
Not honey. Not honey, not slushies, not yogurt. You're on the right track, Farmer's Boy. In 2011-12, nearly 3,000 tonnes of this substance were stolen from the International Strategic Reserve in St. Louis de Blandford.
I probably spelt that wrong. I did too.
We do have a correct answer. I know, and Terry has it right as well. Well done, Terry. And well done, General E. Shady, followed by Dora. Production of this substance is monitored by the FPAQ in Quebec, and facilities for the production of this substance are generally known as sugar shacks.
Not the love shack.
Name this sweet foodstuff refined from the sap of trees of the genus Acer and produced predominantly in Canada. You should know by all now it is maple syrup.
Hello, is that a pair of Bristols again?
So how did I beat the peanuts this time for this one?
You did. Maple syrup was the correct answer.
Yeah. What gave me thinking was when you got to in the USA the highest grade Class A golden colour something.
Yeah.
I thought, yeah.
That's what
good.
got me onto syrup.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So to speak.
All right. Question 4. above 146 degrees Celsius, this element's iodide adopts its alpha polymorph and becomes a fast ion conductor.
Oh, yeah, right.
Come on, you can't have a simple first clue. First clue's got to be hard.
No, we had a very simple first clue last time.
Can I go back to school and university for the next 12 months, Paul, and then I'll come back and then you can read me these questions again?
No, Alan, it's not silicon. You're probably going to want to wait for the visual clue for this one, hey? Not that the visual clue's got anything to do with the actual answer other than the colour of the thing she's wearing. I didn't say that. This element's oxide can catalyze the rearrangement of ketenes to alpha diazoketones in the Wolff rearrangement.
Oh, yeah, of course. Oh, that clears it all up.
Yeah, I mean, that's obvious.
Yeah.
You know your chemistry. Not potassium iodide, not lithium hydroxide, not calcium iodide. No, not nylon. Nanoparticles of this element are widely used on account of their powerful antimicrobial properties.
Oh,
Now, that's got to be a good
Yeah,
clue.
it is, and I just can't think of the name of it off the top of my head.
Not mercury, generally shady. Not silicon.
I thought
We
another
do
one.
have two correct answers now. Second time lucky for Alan.
Oh,
And
that one.
also
Yeah.
for Dora. Silver was the correct one.
Oh,
This
sure.
element's iodide is often used in cloud seeding. Silver iodide, yes. This metal has the lowest resistivity of any element under standard conditions. And that's why when they had to make big electromagnetic separating machines to separate the uranium isotopes, the Manhattan Project basically commandeered all of the United States stocks of silver and made wire out of it.
Ah.
And then they had to promise to give it back when they'd finished with it. Yeah.
Yeah, I bet that happened.
Name this precious metal above gold on the periodic table. It was, of course, silver.
You also forgot that, it didn't include the fact that silver iodide is used in film.
In film, yeah, that's right. I thought that would give it away too, obviously.
Yeah, I think that probably.
Yeah. Okay. Question 5. In 2014, a gamma ray and neutron detector found unexpected plumes of water vapor being emitted from this body. Carl Edwards, the visual clue was obvious. She was wearing a silver bikini.
I don't think we got that far.
Not the moon. This celestial body was found by Gauss with his namesake orbit determination method after it disappeared behind the sun. Not Europa, not Neptune, not Ganymede, not Pluto, not Titan.
Not my guess then.
Anders Lexell mathematically refuted this body's discoverer's claim that it was actually a comet. Not Mars. Not the Oort cloud.
I don't know.
That's spelt with two O's, Terry.
Okay.
Not Omeroneron. Lindsay's teacup. Can't think, but I know this, General Shady says. If you know it, you'd be able to type it. Along with Vesta, this body was visited by the NASA Dawn spacecraft in 2015. I mean, really, NASA should have thought better than to name it Dawn. I mean, if anyone's talked with Dawn on Discord, that's not a name you'd want to be using.
No.
And we finally have some correct answers. Well done, Alan Evans. And finally, Dora with Ceres.
I'd gone the wrong bloody way.
Giuseppe Piazzi discovered this body, which is the largest object between Mars and Jupiter.
Yes.
Name this dwarf planet, the largest object in the asteroid belt, named for the Roman goddess of agriculture. It is Ceres. Well done.
Well, if it's a
Question
dwarf planet,
6.
isn't it on the same vein as Pluto now?
As Pluto.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's bigger than Pluto, isn't it? Just?
I'm not sure.
No, I'm not.
I wouldn't commit to that, but it could possibly be.
Or at least that sort of size.
Okay, we're after an author this time. This author created a character who plans to atone for his sins by building temples, but dies of an apoplexy before the first is completed. Who is the author?
J.R. Hartley.
No.
Oh, no. No, he did that famous work on fly fishing, didn't he? Yeah. Christ knows.
Not Terry Pratchett. No.
That's definitely
Douglas
not a Terry
Adams.
Pratchett.
Not Wilding
No.
Goldman. No.
Oh, if only we had a
Second
Pratchett
clue.
or an Adams question. Can't be a piece.
Yeah. In a novel by this author, a timber merchant shoots his dog, Flo, in the head before committing suicide.
Oh, that sounds like a fun
Not
one.
Tom Clancy, not Stephen King. No.
That's not a Clancy
Not
novel
Dickens.
either.
But this is quite a famous author. Everybody knows him.
Well, at least we know it's a bloke now.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah, that narrows it down, doesn't it?
Yeah. In another novel by this author, the protagonist notices a character's disappearance when his name is removed from a chess committee roster. Not Enid Blyton. No. Not Edward Allan Poe. No. Cthulhu. No, Carl. No.
No, because that would have been Cthulhu isn't the author.
No. Okay, another clue. In that novel by this author, the protagonist buys a coral paperweight from an antique shop. No,
it's Edgar. It's Edgar
not the
Allan.
author who wrote Dorian Gray, Dave. No.
So, thanks, Stewie. I wasn't sure. I knew
Not
it was
William Wegman, Big Blue. No.
Stewie corrected me.
Yeah.
Edgar Allan Poe.
Yeah, that's it.
What did you write, Terry? You wrote,
Edwin. I'm trying to. Yeah, I remember
Edwin.
the Allan Poe. I remember the Allan Poe part. I'm going to
brother of the famous Edgar Allan Poe.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah. This author wrote a novel set in Kyactada, in which the corrupt magistrate Upo Kyan ruins the life of John Flory, as well as a novel whose protagonist betrays Julia after being threatened with a cage of rats.
I've run out of authors.
Finally have a correct answer.
That last one gave it away.
Which one? The last paragraph.
Yes.
Well done, Farmer's Boy, in the internal chat. Come on. And
Hey.
we finally have Spooky Bedhair with the correct answer as well. Name this author of Burmese Days and 1984.
84.
That should have given it away.
I haven't heard of
1984,
William
George
Wegman. I've
Orwell.
heard of George Orwell,
Well
but I haven't heard
done.
of William Wegman.
It was The
Yeah.
Cage of Rats that gave it away,
Yeah,
because that's
Yeah.
that's out of 1984, isn't it?
yeah.
As soon as I saw Cage of Rats, I thought, oh, who wrote that? Oh yeah.
Yep. And the answer was correct. George Orwell. Okay. Question 7. Slim Willie McCoy kills a rival performer of this activity in Jim Croce's debut single, You Don't Mess Around with Jim. What activity is it that we're talking about?
That's not the only song of his that I've got in my collection.
Slim Willie. That's right. Slim Willie McCoy. What was his activity? Not dancing. Not bare knuckles fighting, but we do have a correct answer. Notable experts at this activity include Kid Delicious, Comrade Red, and Titanic Thompson. Not dueling.
There you go.
Yeah, you got it right, Farmer's Boy.
Yeah.
Did you get the answer from the external chat, or
Of course
did you
I did.
know?
No,
Yeah.
well, you look at that, you think, oh, yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah, but
Yeah. Irish Stew, correct. He's a pool shooting son of a gun. But the correct answer was John Rapp with pool hustling. Yeah, this activity leads to libertine men and scarlet women and is the devil's tool, according to Professor Harold Hill in The Music Man. Players of this sport compete for the Moscone Cup. In one film, Jackie Gleason played an expert of this activity, Minnesota Fats, who is eventually defeated by Fast Eddie Nelson, a role Paul Newman revived 25 years later in an Oscar-winning performance.
oh yes.
Yeah, those films were The Hustler and The Colour
Colour
of
of
Money.
Money,
What
yes.
was the activity? Name this cue sport played on a table with 6 pockets and variants called straight and 9-ball.
You
Gotta
wouldn't need
have got
that.
it
You
from
wouldn't
that
need
one.
that last clue when you got those films for The Hustler.
No.
Exactly. Yeah.
But you'd need this clue, wouldn't you?
I never played it like that.
Yeah, but that's a foul. That's a foul
One
shot
foot on the
because you're
floor.
on the
Yeah, she
table.
ain't got feet on the floor.
Yeah,
Yeah.
You've got to have at least 1 foot on the floor. Sorry.
Yeah.
yeah, that's it.
The correct answer was pool. All right. Question 8. This character once jokingly said that she had been married since 1485, although she was probably born in 1941. I'm expecting farmers to get this one quickly.
Character. No, I think I'm going to need another clue for that one.
Okay. I'll give
Yes,
you another
please.
clue then. This character's laugh is likened at one point to somebody machine gunning a seal. Not Elizabeth Taylor, not Joan Rivers. No,
Because it says character, I assume this is a fictional character.
exactly.
Yeah.
This is the character's name, not the actual person's name, not Lucille Ball. Not Phyllis Diller. After an Irish character claims to like a woman with spirit, this character repeatedly hits him with an umbrella.
I'm not seeing it. I have to admit, I'm not seeing it.
You're not seeing it yet.
No, not yet.
All right, this might give it away. This character is described as having the ability to kill a man at 10 paces with one blow of her tongue. Still doesn't ring a bell? No.
No.
Okay, another clue then. This character admires the work of Harold Robbins, whom she discusses with 2 American guests. Not Annie Oakley, not Judy, not Nanny Grimm. Not the Black Widow, no. A maid dresses up as this character after she walks out on her husband for seemingly forgetting their wedding anniversary. Not Greta Garbo, but we do have a correct answer. Well done to Clive Wells. This character is often seen talking to her friend Audrey on the phone, usually repeated saying the phrase, "Oh, I know."
Really? I wouldn't have got that from any of those clues.
You wouldn't have got that from any of those? No?
No.
Oh, come on.
No.
Name this wife of Basil in Fawlty Towers. You've got to get it from that.
Maybe because it's just so long since I've watched it. It's years since I've watched them.
Yeah. It's Sybil Fawlty. Well done, Clive Wells.
I just no. I mean, yeah, machine gunning a seal. I just don't remember that at all. Blimey. I must go back and watch them all again.
I was going to say we should have got
all
that,
12
but just,
episodes.
But just the clues were throwing us off.
They only did 2 series, didn't they?
Yeah, that's
and
right.
I think John Cleese said, "That's it. That's enough. 2 series. I don't want to go on anymore." Yeah.
Yeah. It was all based on a real hotel too.
Yes, it was. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyone see the pilot? Did anyone see the pilot for that? It was actually a little bit different, or something.
Okay, question 9. During the Genpei War, this was used as a symbol of the Minamoto clan. So it's an object that we're after.
Blimey.
Yeah, don't mention the war.
I did, but I think I got away with
Yeah.
it.
Watery fowls.
Yeah. Yeah. Some bits you just can't forget, can you? Yeah.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
What they used to call what's the matter, my little nest of vipers? No, it's hamster. Manuel's pet rat.
No? Okay.
No.
In the Afghan Civil War, this object was used to symbolize the Taliban, and in 1997, after establishing the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan, a shahada was added to this original representation. What is it we're after? What object is this? It's not a samurai sword.
Something that symbolized the Taliban. Blimey.
Not a poppy. No. Not cherry blossoms. Not a lotus flower. No. Not a dagger.
I can see why you say poppy, because they do like their opium.
Yeah. Tacitus wrote of the Roman army holding up this object instead of raising their shields above their heads, which denotes an early example of this object's most recognized meaning.
Oh, blimey.
Not a scimitar, not the moon, not the crescent moon. No, not the eagle. Not the helmet. You're on the right track, Clive, but not the right answer. Buddhist countries often hold up one of these objects as a symbol of mourning because it represents purity and rebirth. Not a quill. Name these plainly coloured objects that are recognised as a protective sign of truce, and when raised can also indicate surrender.
It's traditionally that, isn't it?
That is the one, farmer's boy.
Oh, okay.
Yes. Wrong colour, John Rapp. Correct, spooky bed hair. It is the white flag. Yes. And the last question.
I like Big Blue's answer.
What was that?
The French battle flag.
The French battle flag, all white. Yeah.
Oh, no,
Yeah.
I don't want to be seen as defending the French, but that's just not fair on them.
A rapid-acting form of this device, named Windermere, is found on some steam vessels. Not a safety valve, no. Adolfo Pirelli is beaten to death with one of these items in the film Sweeney Todd, the Demon Barber of Fleet Street.
And it's also a rapid
paddles,
acting form.
not a windmill.
A rapid acting form on steam vessel. They beat somebody to death with it.
Not a handbag, no.
Yeah, because every steam vessel needs a handbag.
Looks like a baton, no. How many Frenchmen does it take to defend Paris? No one knows. It's never been tried. Not an umbrella, no. Okay, a 2013 paper by Cambridge researchers Ross Henrywood and Anurag Agarway analysed the previously unexplained aeroacoustics behind the noise made by a certain type of these items. Not a throat razor. No. Not a whistle, farmer's boy. No. A 2012 European Court of Human Rights ruling stated that a tactic named for these things was not wrongful detention. Not a klaxon, not a steam whistle, not a safety valve. Okay. A Scottish children's television series was named for a singing one of these devices, and bright copper versions are listed among my favourite things.
God.
We finally have a correct answer in the peanuts.
Oh, now I see the connection.
Yes, with Room Fondle and Spooky Bed Air coming in with the goods.
Yeah.
Name these household devices used to boil water and metaphorically called black by the pot. You should have got it from that.
Yeah. I'm not going to bother writing it down now. We all know what it is.
Yeah, it is. Okay.
That's Mr. Bean. That's Mr. Bean having his morning coffee.
Yeah, I can see the connection with steam vessels now. That's what was throwing me off.
Yeah.
All the other clues, it's like, well, now it makes sense. Yeah.
Dora knew the sexiest clue yet.
What,
You're
Rowan
right.
Atkinson? He's a very clever and very funny chap, but I'd never thought of him as handsome.
No, definitely not. I mean, that was the episode where he was late for the dentist, wasn't he? And he had to make his coffee by putting a teaspoon of coffee granules down his throat and then pouring the water and milk in.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
and jumping up and down.
I preferred him on not the 9 o'clock news, for those of us old enough to remember it.
Yeah, I never liked him as Mr. Bean, but
No.
Blackadder, and like you say, not the 9 o'clock.
Yeah.
Yes. I mean, yeah, Blackadder is probably his defining moment. Certainly series 2, 3, and 4. Won't worry too much about the first
I didn't much like the series of Blackadder with the Queen in it, though.
That was the second one.
Yeah.
That was the Elizabethan times. Yeah.
Yeah.
Isn't it odd? Because I think series 2 and series 4 were the best, and then series 3 and then series 1. But other people disagree. So it's great, isn't it? That everybody thinks Blackadder's brilliant, but everybody likes different bits of it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. For me, the fourth series, because it was so bloody funny until you got to the last 3 minutes of the last episode.
Yeah.
And I'm afraid I still now, and I will openly admit, when I watch that brings tears to my face. It really does.
Indeed.
Yeah, you've had 4 series of the funniest stuff you could possibly see, and then they finish with that. It was just a work of genius.
Yeah. The Great War, 1914
to 1917. Yes.
Sorry, but I have to. Also, I can remember one night when we was having one of them nights on a night shift. The sergeant in charge of the engineering section, the direct line to the person in charge of operations on the whole unit lights up, and Ryan picks these 2 pencils up, shoves them up his nose, takes the pencil, pushes the button, wibble, and hangs up.
Wibble, yeah. Yes.
And it's like, we looked at him, did you really just do that?
Yep.
Fortunately, we were all able to prove that we were working out on the floor and that there couldn't have been anybody in the control room at the time the phone rang.
Yep. Oh dear.
I have a cunning plan.
Yeah.
Oh.
Is it as cunning as?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was I think that was the funniest of the lot, followed by series 2, then series 3. And I'm afraid to say series 1, I mean I think they knew they just hadn't got the mix right, had they?
No.
And then when they swapped it all around for series 2, Blackadder was the clever one and Baldrick was the idiot. I think it all fell into place.
Yeah, because I missed series 1. I never saw series 1 for some reason.
Oh right.
And then of course series 2 came along and everybody was watching it at work. So we watched it, but for some reason, missed series 1.
I mean, it's got some good stuff in it, but it just didn't work.
Yeah, I've got the box set, and I have to say it's hard work to watch compared with.
I think for a long time as well, it was never repeated because I don't think Brian Blessed was awfully happy. But it was either Blessed or Peter Cook, because Peter Cook played. Didn't Peter Cook play the king to begin with? Because that was Peter Cook's head that Blackadder cuts off.
Yeah,
it was one of those two who basically said, not happy with this, don't want it being repeated ad nauseum,
Mm-hmm.
But I can't remember which one it was. I suspect it was Peter Cook.
Yeah, because you don't actually see it. I mean, you go on Dave, you see the other 3 series. Don't see the first one, do you?
No.
Blue, you got that hat, a beard, and those glasses, and a corn cob, and a banjo, and the overalls with the whiskey bottle.
Oh, sorry, wrong picture.
Oh, that's more like it. That looks like that's a definite spitting image of you. I wanted to set up a different slideshow or a different image thing for myself. I just haven't got around to doing it. So you sure we don't want to watch just a little bit of this? Oh, what have I got left? How long were we going for? Oh, I haven't got time for that. So we're just gonna have to watch. Okay, we'll finish off Wally. I do have Simon Dan's. I sent 9 flat earthers a physics. I sent 9 flat earthers a physics exam question. That means I wouldn't be able to answer it then.
Oh, I don't know.
Well, I didn't do physics in school, so.
They're not exactly hard questions.
No.
Okay, we'll see what they are.
Flat earthers are constantly trying to tell us what's what when it comes to the shape of the earth. And that often involves quite a large amount of physics. They act as if they know all there is to know about the subject. And this got me thinking, how much do they really know? Hello all and welcome along to another episode of Flat Earth Friday with me, Simon Dan. Thank you very much for joining me. Before we begin today, a quick thank you to the sponsors of today's video, Surfshark VPN. Surfshark is a VPN service to and from your devices and ensuring on top of that, they block ads, trackers, as many devices as you like, simultaneously online. The internet knows a lot about us, which is why we should care about users if their data is found so they can take action. Click on the link in the description or go to surfshark.deal/SimonDan and use my code SimonDan to get a whopping 83% off and 3 months extra free. Right, back to today's video where we're thinking about just how much flat earthers know about physics. You'd like to think that it would be some kind of prerequisite to know at least some basic physics if you're trying to convince people that the earth isn't a sphere, right? Well, this got me thinking, so I decided to send a GCSE Foundation Physics question to 9 of the biggest flat earthers. GCSEs, by the way, are the final exams that you sit at the end of your school life here in the UK when you're around 15, 16 years old. The Foundation tier is for those who aren't expected to achieve higher grades. So let's get this straight. We are talking here about basic physics questions. These should be easy for flat earthers who are trying to teach other people about Earth and by extension physics. Now, 6 of the flat earthers did actually respond, believe it or not, but did they get any of the questions right? Let's find out. We'll start with the 3 that didn't reply and we'll answer the questions for them as well. Okay, first up is Bob from Globebusters.
A 15-degree-per-hour drift.
Thanks, Bob, but now is not the time. I sent Bob this question. Hi Bob, water at the bottom of a container exerts a force of 27 newtons. The cross-sectional area of the bottom of the container is 0.009 meters squared. Calculate the pressure exerted by the water on the bottom of the container. You have 24 hours. I gave them all a 24-hour time limit, by the way, makes it more interesting. So Bob unfortunately didn't reply to this, so we'll help him out as this clearly was a bit too testing for him. Now, pressure of course is force divided by area. So if we get our figure of 27 newtons and divide that by 0.009 meters squared, we get an answer of 3,000. And since pressure is measured in pascals, the answer should be 3,000 pascals.
A 15-degree-per-hour drift.
No, Bob, not 15, 3,000. Moving on, the next flat earther that didn't respond was Mr. Mark Sargent. Here is the GCSE physics question that I sent him. Hi Mark. What is 1 astronomical unit? You have 24 hours. Now, Mark, of course, as I said, didn't respond to this one. Was that because he didn't know the answer or was he just ignoring me? Who knows, but all the same, we're going to help him out on this one. This one is a bit of an easy one, Mark. 1 astronomical unit, or 1 AU, is a unit of distance used in astronomy that is equal to approximately 150 million kilometres, which is the average distance between the Earth and the Sun. But I'm sure you already knew that, Mark. Hey. And the final flat earther who failed to respond to me was Mr. Eric DeBay. Here is his question. Hi Eric, write down the equation that links gravitational field strength, gravitational potential energy, height and mass. You have 24 hours. Now again, did Eric even see this message, or was he ignoring it because he didn't know the answer? Just for you, Eric, here's the answer to this particular GCSE question. Gravitational potential energy equals mass multiplied by gravitational field strength multiplied by height. But I'm sure you already knew that, Eric. Now, on to the 6 flat earthers who did actually respond. And of those 6, only 1 of those flat earthers had a genuine attempt at the GCSE question. So the first person to respond was Mr. Quantum Eraser. Here is his question. Hi John, a crate on a crane weighs 11,500 newtons and is lifted vertically 2.60 metres. Calculate the work done to lift the crate. You have 24 hours. Now, Quantum Eraser claims that he's a man of science and is constantly berating others who he thinks aren't using science correctly. This GCSE physics question should be a cinch for him then, shouldn't it? This was his response. Piss off, booger eater. You can't recover, son. You have 24 hours. Oh, maybe not then, QE. Well, for clarity, here is the answer to this question, son. Now, work done is of course force multiplied by distance, so we just need to multiply 11,500 newtons by 2.6 metres, and we get 29,900. And of course, work done is a form of energy, so that would be 29,900 joules. But I'm sure you already knew that, son. After QE, I decided to ask his partner in crime, Nathan Oakley, a question. His response was not what I was hoping for, but here is his question. Hi Nathan, a student measured the frequency of a water wave as 5 Hertz. Calculate the period of the water waves. You have 24 hours. I mean, this one should be a piece of cake for Nathan, but instead of answering the question, he sent me back this. Dear globe worshipping measure R. You have the rest of your natural born life. Good luck with that. My question will change your world. I ask it daily, along with a few others you can't answer. Is there just wrong your final answer on Talot versus space, or did you need another lifeline? Nope, no lifelines required from me, Nathan, especially where the questions that you ask on your daily debate show, like, is space real and stuff like that. So just for you, Nathan, here is the answer to your question. Of course, the period of a wave is defined as 1 divided by the frequency, which in our question here is 5 Hertz. So 1 divided by 5 gives us 0.2, and the unit is seconds, so our answer is 0.2 seconds. But I'm sure you already knew that, Nathan. Well, the flat earthers aren't really giving a good show of themselves at the moment, are they? Let's remember that these are the guys who think they know everything about physics and therefore are correct on the shape of the Earth. Moving on, the next question I sent was for David Weiss of the channel DITRH. Here is his question. Hi David, a car has a mass of 750 kilograms. How is the kinetic energy of the car calculated when the car is travelling at 8 meters per second? You have 24 hours. Hoping that David could answer a relatively simple kinetic energy question, he instead sends me back this. Why don't you come on a show with us live and let's talk globe Earth proofs? You have 24 hours. Don't bother responding other than to accept this offer. And of course I responded with this. Does that mean you don't know the kinetic energy in relation to the question? A yes or no will be fine. Thanks. And David did not respond, so I can only assume he didn't know the answer. Not to worry, matey, that is what I am here for. So kinetic energy is of course calculated using the equation half multiplied by mass multiplied by the velocity squared, which would be half multiplied by 750 multiplied by 8 squared, which gives us a total of 24,000 joules. Hope that clears things up for you, David, and I look forward to getting your email of thanks. Okay, our next flat earther to receive a GCSE physics question is none other than Level Earth Observer. Now he constantly gets things wrong on his channel. I wonder if he can get this right. Let's find out. So I sent Level Observer this. Hi Elio, the speed of a wave is calculated using the following equation. Wave speed equals frequency times wavelength. Water waves in a ripple tank have a wavelength of 1.2 centimeters and a frequency of 18.5 hertz. How does the speed of these water waves compare to the typical speed of a person walking? You have 24 hours. Hoping for some sort of response, it seemed that Leo thought that this question was a tad too hard for him, as he sent this back. Did you bang your head? Not even an attempt. Disappointing, Leo. So, as the question states, wave speed is frequency times wavelength. And we know both, so 1.2 centimeters multiplied by 18.5 hertz is 22.2 centimeters per second. This is 0.22 meters per second, and the average person's walking speed is about 1.4 meters per second. So there we go, buddy. Hope that makes sense. Moving on, the next person I sent a GCSE physics questions to is Jeronism. Now, he was the person who famously did this.
You have a backup experiment. If you're seeing through this hole, through the next hole, and seeing the light at the backboard at 17 feet off the water, the Earth is flat. If he's holding it up at 23 feet high and we're seeing the light, well, that's because the Earth's curved. So I should only be able to see it when it's at 17 feet. Okay, go ahead and drive down there, Enrique. You're going to hold the light there. Enrique, how high is your light?
17 feet.
I mean, it's as, we don't see you, Enrique. Lift up your light way above your head. Interesting.
And for his question, he received this. Hi, Jeron. Write down the equation which links frequency, wavelength and wave speed. You have 24 hours. I know what you're all thinking. This is similar to Leo's question I did just a minute ago. And as I stated, wave speed is wavelength multiplied by frequency. That's it. That's the answer. It's what we would call a banker, one of the easiest questions in the paper. Surely for a man that knows so much about physics, this should be easy. This was Jeron's response. No idea what you mean. I don't care what the equation is. Not even sure that they're connected. Speed of sound has nothing to do with frequency. Wow, you probably couldn't get more wrong in that sentence. So there may be an equation, but I don't know, don't care. Don't give me some time limit either, clown. Who is the next man's name you're having tattooed on your arm? And can you name other men, straight men, who have men's names tattooed on them? I can only think of religious people with their Jesus tattoos or crucifix, but you have men's names you never met. Just wondering if your wife knows, and if she does, do you have to carry her purse? You have 44 minutes, Jeron. Okay, a very spiky reply there from Jeron with some very homophobic undertones. That's a real shame, but I don't think I need to say much more here because you've exposed yourself gloriously, Jeron. Thank you. And finally, we move on to our last flat earther where a genuine attempt to answer the question was given. It's from Matt Long of the channel Woketown and of course the Flat Earth podcast. As a reminder, he said stuff like this before.
Now, one of the things you'll never hear a tennis player talk about having to adjust for is the spin of the Earth.
And this.
So here's our tennis court, and as the Earth spins towards the east, you can obviously see how compared to the center of the court, one side goes down and one side goes up.
So he fancies himself as a bit of a scientist. This was his question. Hi Matt, during a car journey, the car accelerates from 9 meters per second to 18 meters per second in 6 seconds. Calculate the acceleration of the car. You have 24 hours. Now, this is possibly a bit tricky, so I was wondering what I'd get back. This was his response. I wouldn't think you would be reaching out for me for math help. And I of course replied saying, humour me. Now, before we check his answer, let's check and see how we solve this one. So acceleration is defined as the change in velocity divided by the time taken, which means the acceleration would be 9 divided by 6, which is 1.5 meters per second squared. This was Matt's response, 3/2. Now, technically, he does have the correct maths. The answer is 1.5, which is 3/2. But he failed to include the units. So well done, Matt, for actually answering the question. Now, I could be doubtful here and say that he Googled it, but I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. I don't understand why the others couldn't at least give some serious thought to their questions. We know why though, don't we? Pretty much every single flat earther out there, and Matt Long, I'm currently not including you in this, knows absolutely nothing about physics. Yet they sit there and expect people to listen to them and believe them regarding the shape of the Earth, Earth's rotation, and how space can't exist because of thermodynamics. They wax lyrical about optical physics and Coriolis. They speak about drift and gyroscopes and curvature and space travel. Yet on the whole, they can't answer some simple physics questions designed for 15 and 16-year-olds. So here is a challenge, and it goes for any flat earther out there. If you can sit and pass a GCSE foundation physics paper, then I will no longer include your channel or you in any Flat Earth Friday material ever again. That's it, I'll leave you alone. And not only that, I'll advise other Flat Earth debunkers to leave you alone as well. Plus, I'll publicly congratulate you as someone who understands physics and science. So there we go, roll up, come and have a go if you dare. Of course, no one will, but just in case, my email is simondan@gmail.com. Get in touch. Well, there we go, another Flat Earth Friday done and dusted. What an enjoyable one that was. Really like setting it up as well. If you enjoyed it today, then please do like the video and subscribe as well if the feeling takes you. Just enough time to once again thank Surfshark for sponsoring today's video. Remember, click the link in the description or go to surfshark.deals/simondan and use my code simondan to get 83% off and 3 months extra free. I've been Simon Dan, have yourselves a great weekend, and I'll see you all on Tuesday for more tinfoil fun. See you then.
Well, at least one of them had a bit of a go at one of the questions.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised at Jeranism, though. You know, I think, you know, you've lost the argument if all you can do is make homophobic remarks. And that they seem to be doing that more and more.
But there is a few flat earthers out there that claim to know a little bit of science and physics, but from what I've noticed, they may know it, but they sort of play with the numbers or play with the equations to get what they want out of it or something.
What, you mean they have to fudge it?
Yeah, they fudge it.
You know, words, the minute you involve mathematics in it, they know nothing.
Yeah.
But that's not a prerequisite to be a non-flat earther, though, to know physics or maths, though. It's just the flurfers are just dishonest in that regard. Yeah, misrepresent, yeah.
So sometimes you've got to think they've got to understand some of this so that they can misrepresent it properly.
What, you mean like Les Dawson playing the piano badly?
Yeah.
You have to be very good at playing the piano to play it
like that badly.
That badly, you know, because he was a pretty good piano player. But when he goes to plink 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 and he gets those exactly wrong notes, you've got to know what you're doing to do that. I think it's the same principle, isn't it? They must know what they're doing.
Certainly some of them.
Yeah, some of them. Yeah.
Some of them do, and some of them quite clearly just haven't got the Scoobies. You know, they just believe what they're told, but they believe what they're told by the wrong people.
Yeah, they as MC Toon says, they have their Papa Flurf.
Yes.
Surprises me that many of them would make no attempt whatsoever at answering a simple question.
Yeah.
I mean, you got to know when Simon Dan asks you that and you come up with no answer, he's going to wreck your ass.
Yep.
And it's not like I said, they could have all of those questions could have had the correct answer Googled in about 10 seconds.
Yes. And of course, Simon Dan's not going to know if they Googled it.
Yeah. But the point is they found the right answer. So it doesn't matter. It doesn't necessarily matter how you find the right answer, does it, these days? You know, these days, being able to find the right answer is usually just enough knowledge.
Yep.
Well, that's what I usually do when I'm in the Flurf channels, whether on Brandon's or Gems, and they come up with some crap, and I go, that doesn't sound right. So I do a bit of Googling, and I find what I find, but they don't take that as an answer.
No.
If you find what it's supposed to be. Even the word bloody explanation, word definition game they play, that gets me.
Horizontal.
Horizontal.
Yeah, I mean, it's like the discussion of things that we weren't going to mention the discussion we had at the start
Mhm.
of subjects we won't mention. You know, you show them all of the answers from the people who did it, and they still go, "Nah, that couldn't be possible." And then call you out for blocking them because you're fed up of being asked the same question over and over again, which you have to answer the same way over and over again.
Yes.
And they still go, nah, at the end of it.
Well, to respond to something, Terry, what you said, Terry. No, you do not need to. You do not need to be able to perform the mathematics to actually understand the principles behind a lot of this stuff. But if you're going to challenge the very foundation of these proven concepts that we know about that are described by mathematics, you need to understand at least the basic part of the math behind it. That's my point. How dare an absolute clown like Quantum Eraser pretend to lecture anybody about anything when the guy can't even subtract two positive numbers, and he does that and ends up with a larger number. What the hell?
I know. Oh God.
Yeah, it
that
takes
was so
doing.
funny.
I think we better mention Clive Wozzie's little post out there. Physics is not a branch of entomology.
Yes, correct.
Oh, we have a new peanut. Space for everyone.
Yeah, I just noticed that.
No.
Oh. Would they like to earn a spanner by subscribing, or they have? If they have, will they instantly get a spanner?
Yeah.
You're at 502, Terry. Maybe you did.
I was
Or they did.
I was 502 the other day. I went to 503, but then I went back to 501. What now? Gone back to 502. I'll get there.
Iris, the answer to your question is yes.
It should have a spanner now. Doesn't YouTube make it go straight away or something?
There it is.
It won't. Yeah, it won't update the previous comments.
Oh, okay.
But
No,
he's
not
all
the
set
previous,
now.
his new one. Because I did it before his last comment, I'm sure I did.
Well, sometimes it takes a minute.
Yeah. No, I'm just waiting to get on the good side of the 500 before I can, what's the word for it? Achieve the 500 sub. To have a 500 sub special as well in the planning. But I'll get there. I want to get over to the good side a little bit more. I put a invite for Bandsaw because Bandsaw and Dr. Bob were going at it over on Gems earlier today. And I said, hey Bandy, how about you and Bob come on my show tonight and you can have it out. I know Bandy would, but I don't know if Dr. Bob took it seriously.
Bandy will drive Dr. Bob up the wall.
He did.
Yep.
I think he did. Oh, what's Wally sending me now?
No one knows how to take Bandy seriously.
I think well, you don't take Bandy seriously.
Exactly. That's right.
Okay, me mate Wally. Where's Wally said? he sent me a DM. He said, "Oh, a new Leo video is out now."
Ah,
Oh, so you haven't debunked that yet, Wally. So if it's new, how do I get to? I don't even know how to get to that channel from here. I don't even know if I'm subscribed or whatever. Oh, I should be. I have to. Well, I have to be to keep up to date with the flirpers. Anybody got a Leo thing somewhere I can look for it or find it?
do you want Leo or where's Wally?
No, I got Wally. I don't know if I've got a Leo. I mean, I probably would have. I just don't know where it'd be. Be too hard to find.
What are you doing to that thing, Paul?
Oh, I broke a string on it, so I need to change the strings. So I'm just pulling the old strings off.
Twang.
Oh,
This is my homemade guitar, Blue. This is a bit of woodwork.
Okay.
That's my woodworking skills. That's my homemade guitar.
That's excellent.
Really very good.
Yeah.
how'd you make how'd you make the strings?
I didn't make the strings, Terry.
You said you made the guitar. It was a homemade guitar.
Yeah, well.
Terry, he did say the woodwork. I
Yeah.
don't think the strings are made of wood.
Right, Terry. The video that Where's Wally is doing about LEO. I've put LEO's video in any other vids.
Okay.
What were you doing with those SR-71s, NASA?
Yeah, I've got that. That's the one. It only came out a couple of hours ago. So Wally's
well,
going to debunk. So Wally will debunk this one.
Yeah, I've put LEO's video in there
Yeah, I've got it. I've got it.
because that came out today.
Yeah, I've got it.
Yeah.
Cool.
Did NASA have 71s or did they have A12s though? So I thought they had the single seat A12s.
Yeah, I thought
Oh,
so. As well.
we're definitely gonna have to give this a crack to debunk it for Wally, and then Wally can do his take on it after.
Because everybody forgets about the A12, the single seat one, don't they?
Yeah.
I used to be able to play a tune on a guitar. I don't know if it was Smoke on the Water or something else. I can't remember. It was that long ago. I can't.
Oh, Paul, Dora would like you to play something.
Ah, obviously not on the guitar because it's got no strings on it now, hardly.
Yeah, but
That's nice looking work. I had no idea you were a luthier, Paul.
who?
Yeah, it's one of my hobbies.
A
So,
who?
yeah,
A who?
a luthier.
A luthier.
Yeah, don't you know what a luthier is?
Oh,
A builder.
That's not. It's not like a Methodist or a Presbyterian, Terry. That's luthier.
oh, sorry. Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, Blue.
Yeah.
Is it something to do with making guitars?
Maker of stringed instruments, yeah, not just guitars.
Not just guitars. Okay. What do you got for us, Paul? Something new? Sound new? I heard something. round of
you
applause.
go.
Thank you, Paul.
Well played. I'll tell you what, though, Paul, you missed a trick. Because what you should have done was we should have played something by Led Zeppelin.
Yeah, we should have, shouldn't have we?
Yeah. Never mind. It's always next time.
Next time. Oh, dear.
I'm not sure because my ears are not very good, but I think I preferred the acoustics in the other room when you were playing the piano in there.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
When I get my actual real piano tuned up properly, I'm working on that. God, it's a skill to learn piano tuning. Man, that's not easy.
All right, so we're ready to debunk LEO?
Oh, yes.
I got no idea. It's flat Earth. What were you doing with those SR-71s, NASA?
And I did just check. NASA did have SR-71s.
Okay.
Yeah.
Had a pair of them.
Yeah, somebody stuck that in the side chat.
Oh, right. Cool.
Because I think that the A12s that were operated by a three-letter agency were supposedly actually NASA's.
Right.
What format did he do this in? Because
it's probably.
Because it doesn't fit the screen. That's for sure.
Yeah, that's because you're trying to make something that's not 16 by 9. He's obviously, because you can see black around the edges of it.
Yeah, but not only that. I've got the bit at the bottom where you have that content thing. That doesn't usually show up either. It doesn't fit the screen like it usually does. Normally when I do a YouTube video, it fits the screen like I did for just a minute ago with Simon Dan. So weird that.
Flurp video, no wonder it doesn't fit.
Yeah. I can go bigger like that. That's sort of.
Yeah, I think that's it. I think that's what you needed to do.
Yeah. It looks like it's on a phone because there's you got your phone controls down on the right hand side here. Oh, now I can't.
Oh, that didn't work. That didn't work for outside though, Terry.
No, it's not working here either. Okay,
Can't play it like that.
Yeah, well, I couldn't reach the bloody play thing. That's theatre mode. I'll have to have it like that then.
Today I'm just sharing my thoughts here and some timelines and some connections. No claims, just sharing my thoughts. If there's something I say here clicks with you, by all means, follow it on. We're back with the SR-71, one of my favourite planes of all time, if not the favourite plane of all time. And we're discussing the International Space Station as well. Now the ISS started being built supposedly in 1998. And it continued to be built for a few years and has continued to evolve. But it took several years for the main structure to resemble what we see today. But at the same time, 98, 99, when the ISS is supposedly being built, at that very same point in time, NASA were operating the last couple of SR-71s that were allowed to fly. Everything else had been retired, except for a few planes that NASA had. And they were doing a project called the LASRI project, which essentially was a lot of high altitude testing. Some of it supposedly was testing a wing for the X-33 plane, which we'll have a quick look at. If you're into your code, you've already got your 33 there, I won't go there. But this plane essentially never ever got made. And I'm kind of thinking, this project that NASA was citing, they were doing 98, 99 for this LASRI project, doing tests supposedly of wing designs at high altitude on the back of the SR-71. I think that's a cover story. So let me just show you where I'm going with this. Just to give you some idea, here's the experiment. All the links to the stuff I show you today is going to be in the description. This is supposedly a section of the wing of the X-33 that they were testing at high altitude, doing various tests, okay? Part of this project. Like I say, I think this is a cover story for something else, which I'm going to tell you in a minute. Okay.
He's not making any claims.
Not yet, he hasn't, no.
Here's an interesting article that goes into the project and the stuff NASA were doing with their SR-71s. And we'll just have a quick look. Again, I'm not going to bore you with too much detail. We'll just look at some pictures, bits and pieces stuck onto the back of these SR-71s while they were doing high altitude tests. Are you starting to get where I'm going?
No.
Bearing in mind the ISS, which is supposedly a spacecraft at high altitude, was starting to be built when NASA were doing these high altitude tests, supposedly
They weren't high
with a wing
altitude
design
tests.
for an X-33 plane that never ever got built. There's other bits and pieces that were stuck on the back of these planes. There's details of the planes they were using. Other bits and pieces. Now, like I say, I think this project is a cover. I think, again, I'm only thinking out loud, I think in 98, 99, NASA were doing high altitude tests, potentially
They weren't.
testing holographic technology on the back of their planes.
What?
And I think
God.
this
There we go, that's it.
Lasray experiment is a cover story for that. That's what I think. I think they were testing to see if they could get away with it. They were testing potentially new holographic technology, which had come out. We'll have a quick look at some paintings that have come
To
out
holograph
in
what?
the mid-90s very shortly.
Go on, Adam. Tell us what you think
That's
high
what
altitude
I
is, because
think
I know how high those
NASA
planes were
doing
flying.
in 98, 90.
Well, we know what the ceiling height of them can be.
Yeah, well, you know what the maximum altitude of a blackbird is. It's 80 to 90,000 feet plus. Do you know how high they were flying? When he keeps saying high altitude, 33,000 feet.
Oh, as high as a
They
jet,
were
as
flying,
high as
they
a
were flying
passenger.
lower.
That's a passenger flight thing.
Passenger jets tend to fly higher than that. And he keeps going, oh, it's high altitude, it's high altitude. No, they were flying at 33,000 feet, flying at about Mach 1.5. So they weren't even going flat out.
No, well, you got to remember, down at 33,000 feet, Mach 1.5 is a bit far. Is quite a bit faster than it is higher up.
Yeah, but he keeps saying, oh, it's high altitude, it's high altitude. I know what he's going to say. He's going to say that these things are flying so high that they could project a hologram to look like the ISS, which, as we all know, is utter bollocks. But they weren't flying at high altitude. I mean, he's shown the Wikipedia page, which I've got open in front of me, and it tells me that they flew at an altitude of 33,000 feet for 1.5 hours.
Yeah.
And that was the first one. And the later ones flew at a similar altitude and a similar time span.
It's interesting because I've seen photographs of aircraft like English Electric Lightnings with bits of wing stuck out the top of them, just like that.
Yeah, they all do it. I've seen no end of aircraft with extra bits and bobs added on because it's the easiest way to test something.
Testing wing forms, because the problem is that you can test it in a wind tunnel at sea level, but it's always going to be at sea level pressure, isn't it?
Yep.
So, and really, the only way to do it at the lower to do these high altitude, well, relatively high altitude tests, is to actually take a sample of the damn thing up there and see what forces it does produce.
But I think that's where he's going with it anyway.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking with the hologram.
It's going to be all
ISS.
really high altitude. Yeah, hologram of the ISS.
So if we see the ISS 24 hours a day, basically, they're going to have what? They're going to have planes flying constantly to do it.
Well, we'd have to.
99. potentially fine-tuning their fraudulent game for the ISS pantomime that was to come. I'm over at the patents, mid-90s upwards, and there's plenty of interesting new inventions using holographic technology. Link in the description. If this interests you, by all means, go and have a look. Were NASA putting potential holographic type technology on the back of the SR-71s and testing high altitude?
God, he's just making shit up again.
Well, it'd be interesting to read into this to find out what all this was for.
To see if they could get away with it? Is that why?
I'm just sort of pausing it so I can have a bit of a read.
Did he say the links are in the description?
Yeah.
He's lying.
Yeah?
Yep. Well, I've got the video open now and paused. There is no description. All it says is just me sharing some thoughts. That's it.
And he said the links are in the description. Yeah, right.
No, well, he's obviously forgotten them.
We've got no idea what this was for. Even going by what's written here.
In some cases, what we see up almost looks holographic, some of the photography. Some of it seems to just fly by like an aeroplane.
What site did he get this off?
So are they using holographic technology? Is that what we're seeing? Have a look at some of these patents.
Yeah, but where are they from?
See what you think.
What site have you got it off?
Does something catch your eye here?
Justia.com.
Were they potentially putting holographic technology on the back of an SR-71?
Patents by US classifications.
The timescales are very similar. The X-33 story just doesn't cut it for me, and the fact the plane never came into existence really gets the alarm bells ringing.
So just because he's found a patent for holographic, he's tying that together with the plane. Yeah, okay.
Have a look yourself. Now, just before I go, this isn't my footage. This is footage from Australia, a guy who's taken nighttime footage of the ISS and then run it through, changing the contrast and bits and pieces. And he, like I'm sort of thinking, is wondering, are they using some sort of holographic technology to sort of portray the ISS like how we see it, when actually maybe it's a plane with some kind of holographic technology that's projecting. Again, I'm only thinking out loud. I've just shown you
project something
shown
onto
you some information about a project that never came to be.
Onto something
NASA were running
there to project it onto.
Tests. You can look at the
I don't think these
yourself.
folks have any idea
This guy
what holograms actually are
No.
and how they're produced. They think holograms are some magical thing that can produce any kind of image that they want. You know, it's like a magic word for them.
Yeah.
His footage of the ISS and change the contrast. Let's have a look. Very interesting. Very interesting. I'm not making any claims to this chap's footage. It just kind of ties in with my thoughts, not my claims, just me sharing my thoughts here.
Could be a very fast, high-altitude jet plane.
So I've got an ask.
It's a funny-looking shape.
Was the SR-71
Well, that's kind of
doing tests?
That's kind of the shape I get sometimes when I photograph the ISS. So
yeah,
it's whatever that picture is definitely consistent with pictures I have taken of the ISS. But of course, I have no idea where they have got that from.
It's not yours, is it? And he's trying to claim it's someone else.
No, it's not one of mine.
Using holographic technology in the late 90s for NASA for the ISS fraud that was to come? You tell me.
What a load of rubbish.
Not a lot of meat and potatoes in that one, I suppose.
No, it's just him making stuff up.
So he just randomly found it to match his narrative, some sort of holographic thing. Yeah.
Well, if you actually look at some of those patent applications for holograms, and you see who they've come from, I mean, these are basically, I think people are applying patents to make holographic TVs and things. You know, there's a holographic display apparatus, a method for controlling the same. That's from LG.
Oops, sorry.
You know, so you so there's the next one. That's from LG. Oh, the next one. That's from LG. Yeah, these are companies that are obviously trying to make holographic TVs, which is not the same as projecting a hologram out into the sky of something moving at 17,000 miles an hour that can be seen all over the world predictably, as we can all download an app that tells us exactly when it's going to pass over, where it's going to be, how long it's going to be there for.
One's a Citizen Watch company. I'm just going through the. Now I can pause it.
Giant Nippon Printing. Jesus. He's so deluded.
They're just so random, some of these ones. Real-time holographic systems. As used in liquid crystal television set for producing a hologram. Okay. So the ISS is a hologram projected by what are they?
SR-71.
71s. Constantly, constantly flying around at the altitude to project it.
I mean, it's very nice, but there aren't any flying SR-71s anymore. They grounded them a long time ago.
Yeah, they're all unfortunately in museums.
Yes.
Well, at Duxford.
Well, of course, I used to watch them flying all the time because they were based at Mildenhall.
No, they were never based at Mildenhall. They never operated out of Mildenhall.
Yeah, sorry, they weren't ever based at Mildenhall. And I still remember that upset Scottish guy. He came all the way down from somewhere up in Scotland down to our Mildenhall for their air show, and he said, "Oh, I'll come down to see the SR-71." I said, "Oh, I see it about once a week." Oh, he was not impressed with that. What do you mean? I said, "I live about 12 miles that way."
I can remember coming up to them in the late 70s and the early 80s.
Mm-hmm.
Come up a couple of times with my dad on the motorbike. Because, heck, that's so much better than trying to get up the old A11, wasn't it, in the car?
Oh, God, yeah.
Can anyone work out what Boggs is doing over in First Suck?
ISS passes.
He's getting ready for it. He's just got to work out the weather.
The ISS is going to pass right near the moon.
Oh, cool.
Okay.
Yeah, provided the weather's with him. So often isn't over here.
Or is he going to photo video or whatever?
Yeah, although it's kind of interesting against the moon like that. Because is it going to be illuminated? Because as it's going to be just crossing the dark side of the moon, one would hope it's still going to be illuminated.
Because it's not very often you get a pass of the ISS across the moon. Only a few people have done that.
It happens quite a lot. It's just, can you be asked to go out and film it?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. There's not a lot out there. Well, once a couple of people have done it, what's the point? Somebody's done it for you.
I mean, I'd quite happily go out and do it. to do it properly, you really need
A mount.
powered. You really need a powered equatorial mount.
Yeah.
So that it keeps the
It can track.
keeps the camera pointing at the moon.
Yeah. Yeah, we've had a couple of full moons lately, John.
Yeah, we just had one the other night.
That's on Tuesday the 6th of the.
What are you saying? What you saying? The moon's full, just like ours is, farmers. That's weird.
Yeah, except ours is the right way up.
Yeah, sure it is. Well, we've been going for a little while now. We've been going for 4 hours.
Oh, I guess we have, yeah.
Well, we better show Wally then quickly, hadn't we?
Yeah, we've still got a Wally, and you're going to end up having to go.
Yeah, 10 minutes or so.
Yeah, okay. Well, Wally's
Yeah.
it's just a quickie from Wally by the look of it.
Yeah.
I'll show Wally's
And it's
quickie.
somebody new. And it's somebody
Wally's
new that's
quickie.
coming today as well.
Okay.
Ah.
Okay, we'll show. Need that, that, and that. Go back there. Here we go.
G'day everybody, where's Wally here? Well, another day, another Adam Level Earth Observer video, and another fail. And of course I was very happy when I saw that it was an ISS based one, so I quickly watched to see just how did Adam fail today.
Today an astronaut is going to lose his head and expose the ISS for the fraud that it is. All you're interested in here is Matey Boy's head when he gets up close and personal. Just watch his head as it disappears, it morphs, it bends, it overlaps. Great stuff. Take it away, me old mate. Oops.
It was all pretty obvious. This was a 360 video and the blend point was where the guy's head was. So that's sometimes it stuffs up in the software a little bit. But of course, Adam didn't realise it. He got all excited and went and made a video as usual. And it really wasn't much else for me to say except, Adam, you're wrong and you're an idiot. So I imagine poor Adam was sitting there thinking, oh no, this is wrong. Hope Where's Wally doesn't see it. Too late, Adam. You handed me the golden goose here, mate. And this one just laid another golden egg. Because this video by Adam was so terrible, was so wrong, it didn't even meet Adam's incredibly low standards. And he pulled it. Well, how about that? Wonders never cease. Adam thought it was not good enough for even his little pantomime. It must have been terrible. Now, what a pity I can't point you to where it was because Adam went and deleted it. But wait, I've actually downloaded it. So here we go, guys. Let's all enjoy and point and laugh at Adam's silly video.
Good on you, Wally.
Enjoy, guys.
Yeah.
Poor Adam. You really should find another game to play because this one you're not good at. Oh, hashtag debate Mr. Sensible. £1,000 for your favourite charity, mate. How could you go wrong with that? You're always whinging about NASA ripping off money. Well, here's your chance to do something for the less fortunate. So will you, Adam? Will you? Nah, of course you won't. Because I guess what? You're the same colour as Mr. Sensible's clock.
Today an astronaut is going to lose his head and expose the ISS for the fraud that it is. All you're interested in here is Matey Boy's head when he gets up close and personal. Just watch his head as it disappears, it morphs, it bends, it overlaps. Great stuff. Take it away, me old mate. Oops. Coming back for another run in a minute, which is even worse. Come on, mate. Show us how it's done. Show us an astronaut losing his head, exposing the ISS fraud. Oops. Let's see if we can catch our friend here. It's not a good look, me old mate. I'm sure you felt better than you looked that day. But again, an astronaut exposes this fraud unintentionally as the special effects department couldn't keep up with the space pantomime. Dear, oh dear, oh dear.
Yeah, not surprised he took it down.
Yeah.
I wonder how many minutes it took before somebody posted on the video. You don't know that's a 360 video. This is cotton socks.
Oh, that was too easy.
Yeah.
I have to start coming up with something better. Because I'm starting to find it myself. It's too easy to debunk some of these derpers. Not with math, just with what they show is wrong.
Yep.
Well, in that case, Alan, well, that'll be your lot for the night then. Or morning, or day, or evening.
It's 5 to 4 in the afternoon.
Nearly dinner time. Okay then. We'll wrap it up there. We'll have to, and we'll follow on from the topic next show. I'll just type out. I can sort of talk while I'm typing.
Yeah.
You didn't drop anything lately, Blue? Videos?
I haven't done anything in the last few days. I got to do some stuff.
There's no one to debunk at the moment, is there? Really? There's nothing. Nothing's happening that I can see. You done with your Cavendish? That's not much else to do else with that.
I'm still going to do some more tests with Cavendish. I've been taking a break. Giving it a rest for a while.
Yeah.
I'll start doing some live streams, I think, and doing some more Cavendish stuff.
Yeah, we still got to sit down and nut out your live stream stuff when we can.
Yeah, we'll get to it.
Yeah. What do I do here? That. I need that. And that one, I think. That's the one. Okay then. Oh, thanks, Alan. Thanks, Christian Birkeland. And what was he famous for, Paul?
Inspiring shitloads of Electric Universe retards.
Oh, that'd help.
Oh dear! What a brilliant description.
Yeah.
And thanks.
He sorted out. He discovered the reason why the auroras work. He figured out the mechanism for why the aurora borealis.
The ionization of the particles.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that! I knew something. Oh, thanks, Farmer's Boy.
He theorized.
Sorry, Blue. Go.
He is one of his predictions were what we call nowadays the Birkeland currents, and that's been that's been part of what has spawned this crazed, idiotic idea of the electric universe.
Just ask Grim.
Ask Grim. He'll tell you all about it.
Exactly.
Yeah, don't.
Okay. Well, thanks, Farmer's Boy, with his new top secret job that he's going to be having. Going to be can't tell anyone.
Thank you very much.
Oh,
No,
thanks.
Secret.
Thanks, Blue. We had the newcomer space for everyone. Milkman Dan, Shady, Stewie, Stevie B, Boomer U, John Rapp, Dora, Dan, Bundle, Death. I know Dora was out there somewhere, so I can prematurely give a shout out to Dora, and I haven't even read it yet. Who else? Flowrider. Still scrolling up. Did I say Stewie? John Rapp. Milkman Dan. Zebulon. Oh yeah, that one. Already read that, read them. Carl, don't forget Carl. Stevie B.
Don't forget Carl.
Don't forget Carl. Thank God. Oh, thank God it's flat was out there. Hey, thank God it's flat. And that's as far as I can go. So, if you haven't typed... Oh, somebody tagged me sometimes and I forget them. Oh, Stevie B. Yep. There we go. Oh, No Name was here. Oh, yeah, No Name was here earlier. I don't know what happened to No Name. What'd you say? Oh, okay. Yeah. After party in the disco. I'm in Discord. Yeah. Yeah, go over to the Discord. If you haven't got Discord links, let me know, and because I don't usually put it out in the chat for anyone. I think everyone out there should have it by now.
You'd have thought so.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I'll put it out real quick. I'll grab it just in case somebody might not have it. Where is it? Copy. Paste. There we go. I'll leave it up for a couple of seconds for you. And we'll see you over in the Discord if you just want to come over there. So, okay, good night panel, good night Peanuts. Say good night Peanuts panel.
Good night, Peanuts.